500 is up by 4 points, trading at 5,406. But we'll see what happens in the open here. So with that, please go to my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Help support the work that I do by donating. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee on the homepage. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. It's through the donations and the paid members that allow me to do these videos for free. All this stuff that I'm putting out there is for free. I have thousands of videos for free out there covering finance, covering health and scientific endeavors, what's going on with politics domestically or even international affairs and world events that are taking place. So please help support my work. You can also purchase the products that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you follow the protocol that I have been doing for a long time, you will notice that you're improving your health and slowing down the aging process and boosting up your immune system. And you're also helping with your memory and your cardiovascular and your gut health. Lots of benefits when you follow this protocol that I have. So with that said, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Got a mixed look on the screen with NASDAQ futures up 0.3%, 59 points. S&P futures up 0.1%, 7 points. But Dow futures down 0.1%, 78 points. The 2-year yield at 3.81%, down 6 basis points. The yield on the 10-year 4.32%, and that's down 5 basis points. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index down about 0.3%. To earnings we go, there's a lot. We have Hasbro up 9% net revenue. The first quarter beat estimates. Airlines really taking a hit this morning. We have American down 1%, Southwest down 4%, Alaska Airlines down 11% right now. And finally, Comcast, their shares are off 6%. More broadband and TV customer losses than expected, so you see the growing competition from streaming and wireless providers. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. Wherever you get your podcasts, I'm Lisa Mateo. That is the Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Tom.
This is brilliant. Paul, a 6% haircut is not a 3% haircut.
No, this stock is down, and it's down. I don't know how you go long any of these stocks. Comcast, it's a theme park company now. You're basically buying the theme park, and maybe a little bit of a broadband business, but everything else is in secular decline.
Or you could distract yourselves and look at the unemployment rate.
Yes.
Joining us right now around the opening, it's a good day to talk to Anna Wong around the opening. She's been just outstanding with national acclaim or market economics for Bloomberg Economics. Anna Wong, I've quoted you relentlessly here as you model out a vector to 5% unemployment out next year. Give us the update here on the anecdotal evidence and what it means for our labor economy.
Yeah, so I think we have seen a batch of very soft regional Fed surveys in the last week, and most of them suggest that employers are pressing the pause button on hiring, and so that means that the natural turnover, the attrition of companies, those people who are leaving would not be replaced by by new hiring. And, each year, we estimate that each month, actually, over 150,000 workers are retiring, right? And so because of the aging, this is the year where basically the youngest of the baby boom population will be entering into retirement age. So you have a new flush of retirees this year. So just that non-hiring element alone is going to raise the unemployment rate just because more people would be unemployed.
So, Anna, do you guys at Bloomberg Economics have a recession in your forecast?
Well, I think when we think about a recession in the last 3 decades, we have 2 recessions, 2008 and 2020, where it starts the crisis, and everybody knew this was a recession because it's a crisis. But the normal type of recession back in the days before crisis from the start, 2001, 1990, or even the 1973 recessions. They are the garden variety recessions where people don't really know about it until well after it started. So I think there is a very decent probability that one is already in train. And at the end of the day, what matters for people is the unemployment rate and also inflation. And we do have in our unemployment forecast 4.8% at the end of this year, peaking at 5.3% next year. And I think to many people that will feel like a recession.
Well, I'm going to go there. Let's think Steve Levitt, Freakonomics at your Chicago. Anna Wong, if we get a 4.8% reality, how will that change our national dialogue? Do you like, yeah, whatever, we're higher, or it's going to be like panic? What's the in between here? What's the emotion of a 4.8% statistic?
That 4.8% on unemployment rate, though, historically, cold statistician looking at it will still be thinking, well, it's not that high compared to historical average. However, you're right, Tom, it's the emotions. And I think people, of course, would be pulling back on spending, particularly after they have stocked up, running the tariffs in the first quarter this year. And so it will be a very harsh Christmas and Halloween season, particularly because there will be a lot of empty spaces on the shelves too.
She's like brutal.
This whole
I mean, did you just see what she threw Santa under the bus?
I know.
That's the headline here. Anna Wong, stay with us, but be sure you've got security down there in Washington. Anna Wong crushed fire. Christmas, that was like Jim Carrey and the Grinch.
Yep.
We're going to start calling her a Grinch economist. Anna Wong with us there. We'll continue with her. We have to get the market open. She's seen the Grinch 7 times, the Jim Carrey version. Futures up 10, Lisa Mateo.
That is one of my favorite movies. Here we go. We are off and running. And will stocks continue to build on that 2-day rally? Well, looks not like so much it's going to happen today. S&P 500, it is flat, right? Up about 4 points. We go to the Dow, down 0.3%, 138 points. And finally, the NASDAQ just kicking in, up about 0.2%, 47 points at 16,754. As far as the 2-year yield, 3.79%, down 7 basis points. The yield on the 10-year, 4.32%, and that's down about 5 basis points. To commodities, have to point out COMEX gold is up nearly 1.5%, $3,343 an ounce. Over to oil, we have Brent crude up nearly 1%, $66 a barrel. WTI crude, $62 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index down about 0.3%. At the open, I wanted to check in with the Mag 7 to see how they're shaping up at the open. Right now, we have leading the losses. That would be Tesla down about 0.5%. Leading the gains this morning, that would be Nvidia up about 0.6. Google up about 0.9%. That is your Bloomberg opening bell report. All on top.
Lisa, thanks so much. You can get red green on the screen here. I have no idea where I have to see what the next a tweet is as well. Paul Sweeney and Tom Keenan for a few minutes here. Anna Wong with us. And that's the clearest statement I've heard of the fear that we're just front running a load the boat, literally load the boat or unload the boat, oomph to the economy right now. Are we going to have an NBER recession, or is it so odd we don't know what kind of recession we're going to have?
The NBER will take their time, and we also, remember, Tom, we also need the birth and death models to finally cooperate, and that wouldn't happen until at the earliest 2026 or even 2027. So the vibes are the key here because you're not going to get a confirmation from NBER until maybe we are in the recovery phase of this recession. But, I want to point out a very special thing about this downturn, though. Typically in recessions, PCE spending, consumer spending, do not really decline very sharply. And that's to the point of Milton Friedman's most famous finding, which is the permanent income hypothesis, that consumers tend to smooth over the consumption over time, despite year-to-year fluctuations of income. However, this front running of the tariffs is interesting because we do think that there is going to be a pretty visible pullback in spending in the second half of this year. And that's for two reasons. Number one, we are seeing financial pressure to borrow, and borrowing is a mechanism of how a person can smooth over the income fluctuations. Tightening conditions are, borrowing conditions are tightening. So we see this from student loans, the credit scores are funding for about 10 million borrowers, and then you have wealth effects also for 20% dissipating from the stock market, and also mortgage foreclosures going up because of the expiration of things. So all the income segments are under financial pressure. On top of that, you have this lack of goods to buy on the shelves come the fall. So
you have to leave it there, Anna. Thank you so much. It's really brilliant, really cautious after Christmas. I mean, I'm thinking of Jim Carrey. This can't happen. It shouldn't. It couldn't. It mustn't. It wouldn't. And that's where we are.
Yeah.
Did you hear her about getting to Christmas?
I did.
He said shelves empty, and you said the other day the CEOs are in the Oval Office telling the same thing to the Grinch in 1600 Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So we'll have to see how this. I mean, again, it's.
I editorialize there, folks. Excuse me.
My take is, with this volatility, markets are going to be going up and down. This trade agreement is not going to be settled anytime soon. There's going to be tax cuts that are going to be provided by Congress, and it's going to be accelerant for an additional market rally near the end of the year. Buy into the volatility. Buy slowly into broad indexes. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And I want to talk about a supplement that I have. The vitamin C and magnesium. Vitamin C is going to help with your skin. It's going to help with soaking up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It's also going to help with your immune system. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose. Magnesium also helps with brain function. You can get magnesium 3 different ways on my store. Getting it with the vitamin C and magnesium, getting it with the Boomer Boost, or the magnesium and zinc. It's really important to increase your magnesium levels for brain function. Get the vitamin C and magnesium. You can use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Now, a great way to stack the vitamin C magnesium is to take a multivitamin. Now, this multivitamin is easy to digest, and it's a great foundation for a health protocol. So please go to my store and get the multivitamin. Now, you can see here on the screen here what's in the bottle, but you can also see the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's a great foundation to build off of. All right, so you should be taking this every day and then add stuff to it to customize the stack. And we're going to be talking about how to customize the stack for you throughout this whole transmission. Multivitamins are really important for cellular metabolism as enzymatic cofactors. So you have enzymes floating around in your cytoplasm, right? So to have the proper cellular function, you need to have the multivitamins as attaching as cofactors on those enzymes, so it changes the conformation of those enzymes to work properly. So it's really important to take this multivitamin for the cofactors that you need for proper enzymatic activity. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin. Stack it with the vitamin C and magnesium, and that's a great stack to build off of. Again, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Okay. For the ones that don't know, and this is really important, for the ones that don't know, there is a fire that's taking place in New Jersey, in the southern area of New Jersey. But because of the wind pattern off of the East Coast, last night in New York City, the air quality was really bad, right? It reached, based on AccuWeather's index, it reached last night at about 105 for the air quality index, which is really poor. That's really unhealthy. This morning, it went down to 70, 71, which is also bad, all right? But last night, it was really bad. I was having a hard time breathing, all right, actually last night because of the air quality. The ventilation system in the building, you know, obviously can, you know, it brings in some of those particulates into your dwelling and you can breathe it in. It was much worse outside, but it even gets into your dwelling. So be cognizant that if you are living in an area where there's a fire, this is very prevalent on the West Coast, but if you're living around fire, even if you're in a different state, and then the fire is, let's say, in California and you're, you know, in Utah or Arizona, you're going to feel the effects of those particulates, right? The closer you are to the fire, the worse the situation is. So take my advice. It's really important that if you're by an area there's a fire, you need to make sure that you get the lozenges and the drops that I have. Because what I did last night to mitigate any irritation is what I did was I took the lozenges. So you can get the lozenges or the drops. I took the lozenges that I have, the structural nanosilver lozenges, and I used them, all right? Because I felt the irritation and I was having a hard time breathing actually. And what you want to do is make sure you're using these lozenges to create the secretions to get that irritant that you're breathing in to be coated from your secretions, and then you're just swallowing it. And then you're getting it through your body. You don't want it to fester in your oral cavity or in your oral pharynx. Now you can get it in your oral pharynx through the oral passage or through breathing. Because when you're breathing it in and it's going down into your oral pharynx. So you want to create the secretions to coat that mucosal lining and that epithelial tissue to make sure that they don't get irritated. If they get irritated, your immune system starts to go down. You're depleting your innate immune system. So this is really important. This is the reason why that if you have an irritation, especially during allergy seasons, it's very important to take it right away. But if you're in a fire, in a smoky situation, or you're in a state that's next to a state that's on fire, take these lozenges and drops, and also take the, and I'll talk about it a little bit later. Also use the structural nanosilver gel, all right, and lightly coat your nostrils. So that's what I did. You just lightly coat your nostrils and you'll be able, whatever you're breathing in, it's capturing those fine particulates, all right? And so when you wake up in the morning, you'll have less irritation. If you didn't do this, you would probably have a hoarse throat, irritation, soreness. You want to mitigate that, because once you start getting soreness, that's an immediate sign that your innate immune system is compromised. So trust me on this, right? If you're in an area with a fire or whatever, and the air quality is really bad, take the structural nanosilver, either one, lightly coat your nostrils, and take the lozenges and the drops, all right, and mitigate that irritant so you don't compromise your innate immune system. So let's talk about the drops, all right? I have 4 different types, all right? I have 3 drops and 1 lozenge, one type of lozenges in stock. All right, for the lozenges, you get 21 in each bag, and you can get it in elderberry zinc. Get a few bags for your household. If you have that irritation at work, at school, at home, you want this to mitigate it right away, all right? And like I said, if you're by a fire, let's say you're in New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, you're gonna have this irritant problem that's going on with the fire that's in New Jersey. If you're around fires that are propagating through California, take my advice, get the lozenges and the drops from my store. All right, for the drops, you get 100 in each bag. They're a little bit smaller. You can get it in blueberry, you can get it in honey and lemon, and also in cherry. Get a few bags of this in the lozenges, have them around at home, at work. Really important to take right away. Like I said, last night, all of a sudden, air quality started declining. It ramped up to 105 for the particulate index, the air quality index. And that's really bad. That's very unhealthy. And I was having a hard time breathing, all right? Another trick that you want to do is take NAC. NAC is going to help with your lung and being able to clear the lung if it needs to clear, all right? So NAC, taking the lozenges and the drops, and making sure that you take the structural nanosilver gel and then coat your nostrils. That's the way how you mitigate the problem. So I just told you a little trick. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, help support my work, and pay attention. I give really good advice if you follow it. So get the structural nanosilver drops and lozenges. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift. And I'm telling you, if you're around these smoky fires, you know, especially chronically, you got to take care of your lung. It's really important. Structural nanosilver gel in the nostrils, taking the drops and the lozenges to create the secretions to maintain that barrier in your oropharynx, and also take NAC. NAC will help with lung health.
In the Tina Fordham world, are there adults within our diplomacy or frankly at the Pentagon advising the president, for example, on Ukraine? Sir, maybe you don't want to say that. Back up. Where's Rubio on this?
It certainly appears, I mean, experts were not in the room a long time ago, and serious people are marginalized. And when you have these, what can only be, I guess, leaks about Scott Bessent having to wait until Howard Lutnick was in a different part of the White House to get the president to write out a tweet. This is where the CEOs that we talk to are starting to say, okay, this is not three-dimensional chess, if it ever was. This is haphazard.
So what do you advise your clients here? Is it, I mean, I'm just looking at the markets. It's been selling stocks. It's been selling the US dollar. It's been buying gold, I guess. But I mean, what are your discussions with your clients like these days?
I mean, in practical terms, this is an extremely difficult time to be the CEO of a company that has to get any goods from anywhere else. You know, there is no question that it's complex. What we are seeing is the natural impulse is to say, let's wait and see, let's wait for a bit more clarity to emerge, for the dust to settle. And there's always this temptation, isn't there, to say, right, Musk is up or out or so-and-so's down. This is noise. I think we're moving out of the era of trying to read the president's mind and get in his good graces. We saw some side deals, whether it's Columbia University, my alma mater, or some US law firms, but we're starting to see more assertive pushback, not across the board. Harvard can do this. Perhaps some other companies are in a position and feel they have influence on the discussion, but the pushback is starting.
Tina, thank you so much. Too short a visit. Tina Fordham, this Fordham Global Foresight, again, the president's tweet, an hour ago or so, certainly resounding across international relations. Red and green on the screen with our new.
All right, let's do a market update here. It's the S&P 500 is trading at 5,401. VIX is going down a little bit. It's at 27.42. The Euro USD is trading at 1.13. Oil is trading at 62.89. The BITO is trading at 20.18. and the USD Japanese yen is trading at 142.5. Right now, equities seem to be going up a little bit, but there's still stress in the market. Why do I say that? You still have a very high level in the 20s for the VIX. It needs to continue to go down. I'd like to see it in the low 20s or even in the teens. That would be even better. And I'm concerned about the Japanese yen breaking 140. That is a sign of international stress. All right. So pay attention to the Japanese yen.
Francis at the Vatican. In the coming weeks, senior members of the Catholic Church will meet in a conclave to elect the successor to Francis. For the first time, a majority of cardinal electors are non-European. Father Daniel Grudy, the vice president and associate provost at the University of Notre Dame.
Pope Francis wanted to emphasize the internationality of the church and really recognize that this is a global church. So he, from some far-flung places, he appointed cardinals. But at the same time, there are people in Europe who know the inner workings of the church a little better.
The funeral for Pope Francis is Saturday. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr, and this is Bloomberg's on Paul Neeson.
I am sure this is the latest in an earnings season I've ever looked at this. Apple's earnings are May 1.
Yeah.
Can we get to May 1, Paul?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to get to May 1, but there's a company that just gives you probably the best view on
I agree.
business in China. They sell into China in a big way. They source most of the products in China. No one, I would argue, no company has a better read into kind of what's happening.
And the shelves empty idea.
Yes. Yeah. So we'll have to see.
What are they going to say about inventory?
Yeah.
Hey, May 1, I tell you folks, my head's spinning this morning with all that we got going on. Thank you for joining us in your commute across America on YouTube. Subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast. Thank you very much. Great live chat this morning. It's Bloomberg's.
All right. Just to remind everybody, we're live streaming on Rumble, simulcasting on X Spaces. The link is in the chat. If you have a question or like to give me your opinion about what's going on in the market, great. I'm also live streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and also on YouTube with the market telemetry. So you're seeing the market in real time on how it's emerging during the whole news cycle. All right. With that said, I want to go to Newt Gingrich talking about the House GOP.
An hour?
As President Trump officially ended all talks of a tax hike on the wealthy. Newt Gingrich posted a note on X from the White House, reading in part, "Well, I love the idea of a small tax increase. The Democrats would probably use it against us, and we would be, like Bush, helpless to do anything about it. So if you can do without it, you're probably better off trying to do so." Newt Gingrich joins us now to talk about it, former Speaker of the House and Fox News contributor. Sir, thanks for being with us. This is a very interesting note to solicit and get and share. It's very meaningful when it comes to tax policy, but talk about how that whole thing came about.
Well, I think that a lot of people have been talking with the president. He's one of the most remarkable people about listening to everybody, considering everything. And I guess because of my background, where I had led the fight against the Bush tax increase in 1989 or 1990, and we ended up with the House Republicans voting 166 to 10 against the tax increase. I think that probably gave me a different position to talk about it from a background of what's practical. We're only going to pass reconciliation with Republican votes in the House. We're not going to get Democrats. Bush passed his bill overwhelmingly with Democrats, with no Republicans. And I think President Trump is very, very good at looking at reality. And so, while it's an interesting idea, and I'm sure there's some people who said, oh, gee, we got to look at this, I think in the end, he simply concluded that as a practical matter, we need to get to a successful big, beautiful bill that launches the economy and continues the tax cuts, passes a number of reforms. And to do that, we've got to unify Republicans, not divide them. And I think that's really the thinking behind that.
Well, you talk about practicality. Let's talk a little bit about dates for a second, because we're hearing Speaker Mike Johnson say maybe by May 19th, he's hoping to bring this thing to a vote. But you hit the contours of where the disagreements are. You've got the SALT guys over here, and you've got, you know, the different tax cuts that President Trump promised on the campaign trail over here. You got to cobble that all together with the guys who don't want to see any more deficits. Mr. Speaker, how do you pull that together by end of May?
Now, Henry Kissinger told me one time that every major decision that he was involved in took 48 hours. That you weren't quite sure when the 48 hours was going to occur, but when it came down to the crunch, it took 48 hours. Sooner or later, the problems aren't going to go away. We know what they are, and I must say, I think that the Chairman Guthrie, for example, Chairman Smith in the House have really done a great job of bringing their teams together. I think you're going to see an awful lot of conversations, and eventually, over the next couple of weeks, they'll grind their way to a solution. But look, this is life and death for the House Republican Party, because they have to have a strong economy in 2026 if they're going to have a chance to keep their majority. If we have a bad economy next year, Republicans will not keep the House. So the Senate doesn't feel the same pressure, which is unfortunate. But I think from the standpoint of President Trump, it's very clear that he has to have a Republican House and Senate if he's going to make the last 2 years of his term successful. He doesn't want to get back to a Nancy Pelosi environment where the Democrats in the House try to screw everything up. So I think that what Speaker Johnson's trying to do is get done as early as possible in the House to put maximum pressure on the Senate, get it to conference. And in my judgment, always, I thought the real date was July 4th to have a signing ceremony. And I think that they could probably do that.
What do you want to see from the president over the coming weeks to help kind of, clear the space for Congress to get this done? Do you want more of what he's done? Do you want something different?
Well, look, I think there'll come a point once they clearly understand what's going to be in the bill, and once they've solved the Medicaid problem. And frankly, I've looked at Medicaid for many, many years. And at America's New Majority Project, we've done a ton of polling on Medicaid. People will accept, for example, having a work requirement. People will accept getting rid of the crooks. People will accept not having illegal immigrants getting paid. There are a number of things you can do that are legitimate that not only don't hurt people on Medicaid, but if you do it right, you can actually probably improve for doctors by getting rid of the 2% annual cut. You can probably help specific groups that really need help a lot. And so I think if you work at it right, you can produce a Medicaid program. Remember, in the Republican budget, Medicaid goes up every single year, right? Does not go down. Only in Washington would you say that an increase is a cut. And that's part of why the country's in so much trouble. That's the biggest issue. I hope the president will barnstorm the country, particularly go into weak Democratic districts, have 50,000 people show up, tell the story, and in about a 3 or 4 week period, build such popular support that the bill goes through the House and the Senate.
Good barnstorm is always appropriate at times like these. Really quickly, while I have you, you have such an interesting vantage point from which to look at what's going on with the Vatican right now, especially with your wife as an ambassador to the Holy See. What are you watching when it comes to what's going to transpire in the weeks ahead with the Cardinals voting on a new pope?
Well, look, I think Callista felt very close to Pope Francis, and I think that it has been very personal for her. She'll be there for the funeral, and she sees it as a personal friend more than just as the head of the Catholic Church. My guess is, and I don't know anything any more than anyone else, my guess is the church is going to want stability. They've had a very dynamic, very aggressive pope who has, in many ways, brought the church into a different space. He's been very successful in South Asia and in Africa, for example, and a huge increase in the number of Catholic believers. So in many ways, he's been very effective. But at the same time, I think he's been so dynamic that there's probably a little bit of a sense of getting somebody who can bring stability and get the church solving some of its internal problems in the Vatican and focusing more on stabilizing the system. I think that probably that's my guess. But look, the conclave ultimately really does listen to God, and they really do try to find who should be vicar of Christ on earth. And it's always a slightly mysterious process.
Sir, an excellent perspective on church and state. Newt Gingrich, thanks for being with us. Good to see you.
The S&P 500 is trading at 5,413, and the VIX is trading at 27.34. So right now we're doing decently here. The S&P 500 is up 36 points. So just keep in mind, we have a support level at 5,150, and we have a psychological barrier at 5,500. So we're probably going to, when equities, inch up towards that 5,500, there's going to be a little bit, there's probably going to be some short positions right there trying to short the market. So just pay attention to those barriers. 5,150 is a support level and a resistance level at about 5,500. Okay, let's go back to Bloomberg.
In your head where the most efficient tariff is between 2.8% where we were and 10% where we hope to be? Is there a Jenny Tane number where everybody wins?
I don't have that number. I think this was a topic that was being hotly debated, especially since the April 2nd announcement and revelation of the formula that was used. So I don't have that number, but I can speak to these nonlinear effects that you're talking about. We find in our survey that when people consider a higher tariff scenario, that they're not saying, costs are going to be increasing that much more, that prices are going to be that much more in a linear fashion.
Right.
It looks like it's actually consistent with an expectation of disruptive effects, potentially lowering demand for their products.
Okay. This is too short. We've got to get you back on again, particularly to talk about the Boston Red Sox. From the Boston Fed, Jenny Tang with us, just wonderful on Small Business America. Green on the screen, the Dow up 33 points. Paul?
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Coming up, this is the Bloomberg Intelligence radio program. Alex Steele is out today. She'll be back tomorrow, but Isabel Lee sitting in for Alex. Isabel, thank you so much for joining us again.
I'm excited. It's going to be a great day, and I really want to talk about the Beige Book in a bit.
Okay, very good. We're going to start it off strong here in just in a moment. Fed Governor Chris Waller is going to be speaking with Bloomberg's Michael McKee. They're down in Washington, D.C. We're going to bring that to you in just a moment here. But looking at the markets, the S&P 500 up 40 points, the Dow up 43 points, and the NASDAQ up 217 points. That's 1.3%. So just as Tom and I have been here with you this morning, we've gone the futures being negative to mixed. To now we've got a little bit of a lift here in the market, so we'll keep you up on that. The yields, 10-year Treasury, around 4.33%, so we'll keep an eye on that. And Bitcoin, it is lower there. So coming up, right now we're going to bring you Michael McKee, Bloomberg's Michael McKee's down in Washington, D.C. with Fed Governor Chris Waller. Let's take a listen to their conversation.
Well, thank you very much, and welcome to Bloomberg Television and Radio Worldwide. Chris Waller, thank you for taking the time to come in today.
All right.
Thanks, Mike.
So U.S. March median home price increases by 2.7% year over year to about 400,000, over 400,000. That's around 403K. But sales, I believe, went down, or I think new home sales went down. I just missed the announcement. Hopefully it recycles. All right, here. U.S. March existing home sales fall 4.02 million. Estimates were 4.1. Okay. Before we continue on with Bloomberg, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is going to help soak up free radicals. This is a very potent antioxidant, all right? Antioxidants soak up free radicals. Why is that important? Soaking up free radicals will reduce stress on the cell and reduce stress in your tissues. That means that your organ systems, your immune system, and your endocrine system, even your neurons will perform better. You soak up those free radicals, less stress in the cell, soak up those free radicals, and you'll have healthier mitochondria. When you have healthier mitochondria, your energy levels will go up, and that's really important for your cell. And having higher energy levels is part of the whole anti-aging protocol. And you need lots of ATP to have a healthy immune system. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, and extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. It is cheaper per ounce if you get the higher ounce configuration. So please go to my store, take a teaspoon a day, every day. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. If you work out, take C60 before your workout. It'll soak up the free radicals during your workout and help you to recover from your workout. This is very important to take every day, and you're going to start to notice that your health is improving, your immune system is being boosted up, your other tissues in your organ systems are going to improve, you're reducing the stress, you improve your neurons. By soaking up those free radicals, you're reducing the stress in the neuron and improving the mitochondria in your neuron. And you need lots of ATP and healthy mitochondria to produce neurotransmitters. So part of the aging process is a decline in neuroactivity. Well, you can mitigate that by having healthier neurons. So it's a holistic approach. Take the C60, soak up those free radicals. And you want to do exercises. All right, there's 4 modalities for the exercises: resistance training, cardio, balancing exercises, and stretching exercises. Those are all very important, especially for neural health. Why? Cardio for better blood flow. Resistance training is activating your neuron to actually contract your muscle. When you're doing stretching exercise, that's a different type of neuron. It's at the ends of your muscle. And it's when you do balancing exercises, you're activating your cerebellum. And when you do this holistically, you're improving your overall health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. Another great thing to do holistically is make sure you filter your water and stay away from processed foods. The more that you do that is positive for your body, proper sleep, proper nutrition, proper supplementation, learning new things. When you do that holistically, you're gonna benefit greatly over the years. It's a compounding effect. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60. It's a very potent antioxidant that I take every day. All right, I started taking this, I believe, in 2016. So please add this to your protocol. It's really important. It's a key pillar to my health protocol. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
In the form of tariff price pass-through and also stuff on the real side. But there's not like you're not going to see anything on the real side because of all the uncertainty in terms of freezing decisions, spending decisions.
Well, let's put some parameters around your thinking. On the employment mandate side, what level of unemployment would bother you?
Well, it's more the speed at which it would start going up. I mean, if it just ticked up 1/10, ticked up 1/10, ticked up 1/10, kind of like what we saw last year, it would be concerning, but it wouldn't be a big problem. But if it starts going up 2/10, 3/10 a month, then that's going to happen because you're seeing layoffs starting to take off. And if the labor market's in kind of a good spot, it's not like 2022 where you can reduce vacancies. Now, if labor demand pulled back, it's going to be in terms of bodies. So you'll see employment start to drop. So I'm more concerned about the speed at which the unemployment rate starts going up. And if there's a big reaction, big tariffs, it can go up very quickly.
4.5% is, I guess, the SOM rule trigger. Would that be a trigger for you?
You know, I gave a speech last September where I kind of discounted the SOM rule as a mechanical description of the data, and what it really is capturing is shocks that hit the economy. A big tariff regime being put back on in July and being put in place in the foreseeable future, that would be that kind of a big shock. So it's not so much the SOM rule as the fact that the SOM rule is really always picking up some big shock to the economy. Big tariff regime, as it was on April 2nd, would end up being a big shock to the economy.
Well, on the inflation mandate side, since you expect some inflation from tariffs, is it the speed with which it rises as well? Because we've seen a lot of volatility in inflation numbers recently.
Yeah, that's been the struggle for me for the last basically 18 months, is that inflation progress to our 2% goal has been this kind of seesaw. You're making progress going down, but then you get a couple of bad months and it comes back down. And it's just slower than I ever thought it would have been, say, in December of 23. But the tariffs are a one-time. I still strongly believe, just economics tells me that the tariffs are a one-time price level effect that's going to pass through. Now, it's one-time level doesn't mean it's small or big. It's just a one-time. So I still think even if it was fairly large, you would see a one-time price level effect. The demand slowdown would offset some of that as consumers back off, employment goes down, unemployment rises, wealth continues to, financial wealth declines. You will see demand effects from that. That'll put downward pressure on inflation. So it may not be as high as people think. But the critical thing is it's going to be take some courage to stare down these tariff increases in prices with the belief that they are transitory. I'm not going to lie that we all have 2021 in our minds when we think about how we go forward. But, you know, and the question is, what are the things that will cause this inflation to persist through the initial tariff increases? And I just have a hard time seeing exactly what that would be.
Well, you think if we start to see the economy slow, that you would be more reluctant to cut rates because you expect that the tariffs and the higher inflation will come down because of the demand effect?
See, I'm willing to look through whatever tariff price effects there are. I've said that. So for me, then, I'm not going to overreact to any increase in inflation that I think is attributable to the tariffs. But if I see a significant drop in the labor market, then the employment side of the mandate, I think, is important that we step in. And we would have to start, I said this last week in my speech, you know, I would expect more rate cuts and sooner once I start seeing some serious deterioration in the labor market.
Now, some people looked at your speech last week and said, Chris Waller's on the opposite side of all this from Chair Powell. Do you think there's division on the Open Market Committee about what should be done?
Well, that's the beauty of not having groupthink. People have different views about how the economy is evolving and how policy should be done. I think that's actually a healthy thing. As far as I've heard that exactly that comment that Waller's outside of consensus, away from the chair, and I got other people tell me I didn't really hear much different from what the chair said 2 days later. So this is always the funny thing about communication. I can say something and people perceive it one way to the left, or they perceive it the other way to the right. So how people receive what I say is not always, you know, one clear vision of what it is. So I'll leave it up to people to decide whether there's a difference between the chair and I. But all I can do is say what my views are, and I'm trying to be very clear what they are.
A lot of people are thinking at this point that Trump and Mercurial, that the tariffs could change at any moment. Would you be reluctant to move rates not knowing that you've got any certainty about what's going to be happening?
Well, like I said, what we're going to look at is the data. I mean, that's how we always determine.
So does that leave you behind the curve?
You know, there's always that risk. You're looking at these things like, if is inflation going to get worse, is unemployment going to get worse, and it's a balancing act to make that decision. Hopefully you're not late. And I think if we saw, that's what I said, if I saw enough movement in the unemployment rate to make me think that things were going bad, or growth prospects started tanking, or consumer spending started really going down, then I'd be ready to go. I wouldn't be sitting here waiting to determine whether the inflation is transitory or not. It's time to worry about the real side of the economy.
Can't let you go without asking about Fed independence, because it's obviously the other elephant in the room these days. Will the president backing off of his comments on firing Jay Powell make it a little bit easier for you all to do your job?
Well, I try to ignore all this stuff and just focus on the data, focus on doing my job. That's what I try to do every day. Criticism of what we do, that's the job. If you don't like being criticized, don't take the job. So, and the president's free to say whatever they want to, always, just like anybody else. But central bank independence, as we saw, I think, on Monday, is critical to the well-functioning of the U.S. economy. It has served us well. It allows us to do things in a non-political way. And it's something I worked on in my academic life, research-wise, for 20 years about the value of it. And I don't think there's ever been anything in the data that shows you that lack of independence is a good thing.
Well, would ad hominem attacks like we've seen on the chair make it harder for the next chair to do the job? Does the job itself get harmed?
Yeah.
I think it's up to the.
All right, I'm gonna go to Al Jazeera after this, or maybe even to CNN. Probably go to CNN first. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the probiotic. You can get it in the powdered form or the veggie cap form. It's important to take a good probiotic every day. Why? With a good gut biome, your metabolism is going to increase. You're going to improve that mucosal barrier for your gut. Your immune system in your gut is going to improve. Less inflammation in the gut is going to mean that you're reducing the chances of having some sort of genetic mutation in the crypt of your gut. So a good gut biome is really important. It's one of the starting foundations of health. In addition, with a good gut biome, you're going to have better communication between your gut and your liver. You're going to have better communication between your gut and your brain. With a good gut biome, you're going to sleep better, you're going to be less irritable. And research has shown in Europe that having a good gut biome can prevent early onset of dementia. So it's really important to have a good gut biome and have that very, very robust intestinal tract health. You'll also notice that your skin is improved, your hair is improved, your nails are improved. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the powdered version or the veggie cap version. I prefer the powdered version because I also take lots of different powders like the collagen powder and the gladiator barley and the boomer boost and the lignin. So I take a lot of different powders. But some people prefer the veggie cap version, some people prefer the powdered version. Both are very high quality. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 to get $5 off. And if you spend $150 or more on my store, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go to I want to see. All right, let's go to Fox News here. Fox Business.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies.
Good evening, I'm David McDowell. I'm Lisa Booth, and welcome to The Bottom Line. Breaking at this very moment, money, 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 money. I didn't sing it. It was Trump's TV theme song, and it's what he's promising for the American people as we near 100 days of the second Trump presidency.
We're going to make a lot of money for our people. We'll be able to lower taxes substantially, and we're going to be proud of ourselves. They're not going to be a laughing stock taken advantage of by virtually every country in the world. We're going to be able to substantially lower taxes when this is finished.
And that's the bread and butter of why Americans voted for him. More than half believed he was the man to fix the demolition derby of an economy Biden handed us 10 points more than Kamala. Now, brand new Fox News polling shows that voters are wishy-washy with how things are going on that front. Nearly 60% do not approve of President Trump's performance on inflation, tariffs, the economy, and taxes. But don't forget, the president warned it would be a rough but necessary road to recovery. Welcome to the transition period.
There is a period of transition because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time. But I think it should be great for us.
Nonetheless, President Trump's overall approval rating is down 5 points from March, sitting at 44%. But not to fret, Americans are more optimistic now by 9 points than they were during the end of Biden's terrible term. Plus, more voters say the economy was getting worse for their families under Biden's last month in office compared to now. But tariffs and uncertainty dominating the headlines, 54% think his policies are hurting the economy. That's nearly 30% higher than at this point during Trump's first term. The biggest concerns for voters right now among Democrats, Republicans, and independents, inflation, healthcare, and government spending. But when you isolate those pesky Democrats and independents, their top concerns are recession, the trade war with China, and the stock market. With all that being said, nearly 100 days in, how does President Trump make Americans confident another economic miracle is percolating? Joining us now, Committee to Unleash Prosperity co-founder and co-author of the Trump Economic Miracle, Steve Moore. Steve, I want to start with the basics. I just want to get to what is the state of the economy? I'm trying to figure out, do these concerns reflect reality or are they driven by media hysteria?
Well, a little bit of both. I mean, look, it's been a brutal month for the stock market, as you guys know, although the last few days have been really very positive. It's great to see some green on the screen. But look, people have lost money. I've lost money. You guys have probably lost money in the stock market. But I find a couple of things quite annoying. One is that, look, and I'm not always in favor of the stuff that Trump is doing on trade. I'm much more of a free trader than he is. But I think at the end of the day, he will probably prevail here. But even if you don't believe that, look at all of the other things that he is doing on the economy. The cutting of taxes, giving Americans a huge tax cut. The pro-America energy policies that are going to reduce gasoline prices and have more energy jobs here at home. How about DOGE saving $500 billion to $1 trillion in waste out of our government? How about the fact that he secured the border for the first time in many, many years? All of these things are very positive for the economy. Nobody talks about that. All they're talking about is the tariffs. Now, if Trump is able to get these deals and he's able to get the Trump tax cuts done by Memorial Day, and that's, when I talk to the folks at the White House and the president, I say, get these, please, Mr. President, get it done by Memorial Day. I think you're going to see the biggest rally you ever saw in the stock market once those two things get done.
Yep.
I want to get to this, Steve, and if the prompter can please scroll. Thank you. This is one of the questions in the Fox News poll that compared how investors feel versus how non-investors feel. And it was really astonishing. So it was non-investors are more concerned about inflation at 86%. And are more concerned about a recession at 77%. Investors are less, still concerned. 81% are extremely or very concerned about inflation. 69% of investors are concerned about recession. And you've said that, please don't say Main Street versus Wall Street. It's all the same. We all participate in the stock market. However, looking at that, your average voter, a non-investor, is feeling and experiencing something that is even more disturbing than somebody in the market riding it day to day.
Well, first of all, I do hate that expression that some of my Republican friends use about Wall Street versus Main Street. It's almost like a Marxian concept. And the truth is, in America today, almost all Americans are invested in the stock market, either directly or through their 401k plans or the retirement plans. So we all rise and fall on the stock market. I think the stock market will will rise again. I don't have any doubt about that. People are a little concerned about what's going to happen in the job market if these sell-offs continue. But look, I want to give you guys some faith here because I'm old enough to have lived through the Reagan years, and the first 12 to 18 months of the Reagan period was brutal because Reagan had to do what Trump had to do. He had to sweat the inflation out of the system from Jimmy Carter. And it took a good year, Dagan, to get that done. And once the inflation was gone, we had the biggest economic boom in American history. And what I'm saying to you is I think I think history is going to repeat itself. Once Trump gets these deals from these countries, and once we get the tax cut done, I think you're going to see a replay of that, and you're going to see a real renaissance in the American economy.
We had double.
You're going to see a 7,000 S&P 500 next year. That's what you're going to see.
Expected as well, right? So those numbers are good.
Yes.
Yes, Steve, I want to get your take on this as well. So let's get your reaction to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent calling out the International Monetary Fund today for going woke.
The IMF and World Bank.
Stop using ChatGPT like everyone else and do this instead. To the men over 50 who don't know how to use AI, tomorrow morning, we're starting the
IMF and World Bank have enduring value. But mission creep has knocked these institutions off course. The IMF was once unwavering in its mission of promoting global monetary cooperation and financial stability. Now it devotes disproportionate time and resources to work on climate change, gender, and social issues. Here in the United States, we know we need to get our fiscal house in order. The last administration ran up the largest peacetime deficit in our nation's history. The current administration is committed to fixing this. We are open to critique, but we will not abide the IMF failing to critique the countries that most need it.
Steve, of course, this comes as the IMF forecasted slower economic growth due to the tariffs. The White House says they have 18 proposals on paper. What would it mean for investors, for business owners, and just for the economy at large if some of those deals come to fruition?
Well, first of all, I think that Scott Bessent said it so well. I've been waiting for 40 years for somebody to say what these globalists said. Both the World Bank. The only thing I disagree with them a little bit about is I don't think that those institutions, guys, are redeemable. And I think that we should just pull out of the IMF and World Bank. They do more harm than good. And he's right. At a time when we had economic turbulence, all they wanted to talk about was climate change and social issues like DEI. So good for him. I mean, Scott Bessent is turning into one of our greatest Treasury secretaries of all time, and he nails it. He says things that other people have been afraid to say for decades, but he's spot on right. Why do we even still give money to the IMF?
Right.
Really?
All these governments make craptastic decisions, picking winners and losers in business, and it's a misallocation of capital. It is economic fascism. They call it industrial policy or corporatism, but it's not just the ideas, it's the fact that they do a money grab and they deprive great ideas of money and allocate it to their pet projects, which are garbage. I digress. Steve, really quickly. So President...
Can I just say one thing about what you just said? I just want to correct you on one thing, Dagan. You said they pick winners and losers. No, they just pick losers. They don't pick winners.
I said they do a crap-catching job at picking. I like that word.
Exactly.
President Trump is said to be exploring options to reverse the declining birth rate. And one idea that's been floated that he's said to be considering is a $5,000 baby bonus for new moms. This is just one of the ideas. Anybody who's on the fence about having children who isn't inclined to do so, is $5,000 really money well spent?
I'm not really that much in favor of that policy. I know I could go either way on it, but look, I know you got a lot of young people listen and watch this show. Come on, have kids. It's fun. Make babies. You know, look, our declining birth rate is a big problem. It's happening all over the world. We need more babies in this country, and the best way to do it is for people to get married and start having children. You know, I come up from a family with five. I have 4 brothers and sisters. There are 5 of us. When I was growing up, we were considered a medium family with 5 kids. So we don't have to pay people to have kids. Let's just get our kids married and start having children. And, you know, we got to be fruitful and multiply.
The bumper sticker, it's fun. And if you have children, make sure that they go out and work at a very young age, as my father did.
Exactly.
His foot was on my backside, pretty much, kicking me out of the house. What are you doing now? Yeah, where I worked. Steve, great to see you, sir. Thank you.
Me too. Thanks, guys.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the turmeric. It's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It also brings down inflammation. When you bring down inflammation and you're soaking up those free radicals, you're helping your immune system and your cardiovascular system. When you're reducing that chronic inflammation at the vascular level, you're reducing the chances of plaque buildup. So please go to my store and get the turmeric. Also get the ashwagandha root. Ashwagandha root helps to control your cortisol levels and your blood glucose levels. It brings down inflammation. And by doing that, it's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. This stacks really well with turmeric. So take the ashwagandha and the turmeric together. Now, another powerful way to improve the stack is to take this multi-purpose supplement. It's an olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract will help your cardiovascular health and your immune system. How? By bringing down inflammation and also bringing down your LDL levels and increasing your HDL levels. Less LDL means less LDL that's oxidized. Less LDL oxidation means less plaque buildup. So what you want to do is stack this together, take the ashwagandha, the turmeric, and the olive leaf extract, stack them together, help with your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Really powerful stuff. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is a very powerful stack, all right? Do what I do. Help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system and your other systems, all right? These are things that I take every day. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right, let's go to Bloomberg.
Earnings guidance. And this is going to be short term. So I think it's still prudent for investors to focus on the long term and really focus on the fundamentals, which is, we'll get over this. There's got to be something after tariff negotiations. And I think structurally every industry still has a story narrative that's focused on the long term. If you're in AI, that's a real story. It's, innovation will not break down, disruption will not break down. But, at the moment, there's so many things shifting that to give any kind of short-term guidance, it's really not reliable.
Talk to us about the risk-controlled indexes, ETFs, the Market Vector Gamma Road U.S. Equity Strategy Index. What is that?
Yeah, so I think this is the type of strategies that I think investors should be focused on, because I think we're so focused on equities and fixed income, right? But, you really have to think about other alternative ways of looking at the world and structuring portfolio solutions. And one is to look at these indicators out there that are independent of any single country or any single asset class, is to understand how elevated uncertainty is, or what sentiment is. And I think right now our Gamma Road Index is telling us to get out of equities. But if you're out of equities and you're sitting on cash, that's not a great place either, as we've seen the dollar weakening. So I think investors should also look at alternative assets like gold or Bitcoin that are not driven by the same macro factors.
It's interesting. Gold, as we know, is just ripping, but Bitcoin as well. And I feel like with Bitcoin, it's a you choose the narrative. Some people would say it moves in lockstep with tech companies like the Qs, but some would say no, actually it's an inflation hedge. I feel like it's still figuring it out. But can you talk to us about how different this is, this global macro shock compared to others? Because you said let's look at the long term.
Yeah, so I think definitely when you mentioned you're choosing the narrative, because this is still a nascent asset class, and we've seen a structural shift in Bitcoin also because it is a very volatile asset, but fundamentally, it should act like a store of value. So
there is no fundamental. There is zero fundamental. Don't believe this horse shit. Don't believe the bullshit. Bitcoin has no fundamental analysis. It's all behavioral, 100% behavior. There is to say that there you can store value. How can you store value if there's constant fluctuation? It can't. Now, maybe in the future, if there's not fluctuation, maybe it would be a stored value. But right now, it can't. You can't store value with fluctuation. They don't work together. All right. Stored value and volatility, they don't mix. All right. So what does it mean? From my analysis, and I'm trading, the price action on Bitcoin. All right. But what I'm noticing with it is that there's a high correlation to equity market. Now, part of that high correlation is probably the tech, all right? But there is a high correlation to equity. The problem comes in is that it's a multi-variable function on price action of Bitcoin. So if you go price equals and then all these different variables for Bitcoin, all right? One heavy weighted aspect of one of the variables is how are the price dynamics happening on the S&P 500. That's a very heavy weighted variable. Another heavy weighted variable is what is going on with the dollar. That's a less weighted variable. All right. So in quote fundamental, what is happening is that, well, if the dollar is weakening, then Bitcoin will act like kind of like a gold, sort of like some sort of stored value. All right. But it's so volatile that you can't really store any value, because if you are transacting in Bitcoin, you can lose money or you can make money when you're selling a particular item. All right. And if it fluctuates a lot, you don't want to transact in a fluctuating currency. Right? So you have these big price moves. That's not good. So, okay. So my observation is that you have a high correlation to equity market. Maybe it's tied to tech. That I could agree with, that there's probably a high correlation to tech too. And sometimes that correlation breaks down, but then comes back. So these correlations it's not static, it's dynamic. The weights of these variables, right, the coefficient, they are dynamic. Now, what I'm noticing is that there's a high correlation to it. All right, now let's look at the dashboard for a second. If you take a look at just the price action for today, the S&P 500 is trading at now 5,446. It's moving upward if you look at the dashboard. Now, if you take a look at BITO, which is a long ETF for Bitcoin, if you look at the trend for the day, it's moving upward, right? Since the open. So maybe a little bit flat. It depends on how you average it out. But if you draw a line, I see a slight movement upward. All right, there's just a slight movement upward. Now, you might have days where it's highly correlated. So equities move up radically and Bitcoin moves up radically. You have days where it's a little bit upward, but there's a big movement up in equities like you have today. So when you have that, then your correlation starts to go down a little bit. But you can do these averages, like a 10-day average of correlation, and you'll start to see that there is a correlation between equities and Bitcoin. And I think part of the reason is that it's an asset class for institutional investors to add risk exposure. So when the equity market goes up and their portfolio is benchmarked to the S&P 500, that they have an asset that actually also is correlated, but with volatility, and that could give them a little bit more return on their portfolio. But there's a risk because it's volatile. So if the market goes down, their portfolio goes down too, right? So I've been looking at this from the perspective, it's not about fundamentals. It's not about, oh, the dollar, the weakening of the dollar and Bitcoin is going to surpass it. That bullshit. That's not going to happen. All right. It's a volatile virtual commodity. It's like oil, but oil is real, right? You can break up oil and turn it into different products, right? And it's volatile. There's lots of volatility. Now, so Bitcoin is kind of like oil, but the volatility is much greater, right? Maybe because of the institutional investors and the retail investors are just trying to figure out how to use it, in terms of their portfolios. But this correlation to equities, but it does breaks down and then comes back, right? Today is not a very strong correlation, but there is a correlation there. There's a positive correlation. And then, but another aspect to it is that if the market is selling off and institutional investors are getting outflows out of their fund from clients, then they're going to be panicking and they need to close a position to be able to stop that risk exposure. And so you had a flight out of Bitcoin. All right. So that's another positive correlation between equities. When the equities are going down, people are pulling money out of funds. And so the riskier assets that are in a portfolio have to be closed out. And one of those riskier assets is Bitcoin. So that's another reason why there's a positive correlation. If you look at it, most of the days when the market is tanking, equity, the ETFs for Bitcoin and Bitcoin are going down at the same time. In most cases, in most of the time, there's a positive correlation there. All right, there's a strong positive correlation there, but it does break down and then it comes back. So just pay attention to that, but don't believe that there's some sort of fundamental and some fundamental thing with Bitcoin. It's a virtual high volatility commodity, and that's what traders want. They want that. You don't make money unless there's price volatility. It's you in terms of the trading world. In terms of investing, it's a wild ride. So you don't want to invest in Bitcoin. You can trade Bitcoin if you know what you're doing. And most people don't know what they're doing, so they probably shouldn't do it. But the thing is that you got to pay attention to that correlation factor, right? And stop pretending that there is some sort of fundamental analysis, because you'll get screwed every time on that. There is no fundamental on Bitcoin. It's all about the behavior and how institutional investors are trying to get a little bit more return relative to their benchmark, and they're adding risk to their portfolio. But when they do that, when there's a downturn, they lose quicker, right? So that's how I look at Bitcoin. Just like right now, it's trading at 20.26 for the BITO, and it's moving upward as the equities are moving up. All right, so there's a positive correlation there. All right, now maybe people don't understand what I'm saying, but you should. But the thing is that correlations are dynamic. They can break down and they come back. And when they break down, if a 10-day average is normally, or even a 100-day moving average is normally positively correlated, you may have a few days within the month that are negatively correlated or weakly correlated, and then it comes back. All right, but it's not just one variable. in terms of price action. There's another aspect is the weakening of the dollar. Now, the weakening of the dollar, you got to take a look at what's the 10-year price action of the dollar. The dollar the last 4 years have been elevated above 100 for DXY. So that's not sustainable. You want the dollar to be at around 98, 97. That's the 10-year average. And everyone's freaking out that it's selling off. Well, it's been elevated for 4 years, probably because of the aftershock of 2020. So we need to get back to normal levels. So don't worry about a weakening of the dollar. But there's going to be a small coefficient within this multifactorial equation where it's going to be the movement of the dollar. In theory, the movement of the dollar, if it goes down, Bitcoin should go up. All right. But again, there's more weight on the price action of equities, or maybe even tech. All right. For Bitcoin. It's a high volatile virtual commodity that's linked to tech and the broad equity index. That's how you look at it. If you think that you're going to try to, figure out some econometric, fundamental analysis of Bitcoin, you'll never find it. You'll never find it. It's all behavioral.
Ones affecting imports from China of certain goods, and then obviously exports to China, the retaliatory tariffs that we know about. And so there's a lot of interest in this because in the pharmaceutical world in particular, there's a huge anxiety over how the kind of like sword of Damocles of specific pharmaceutical tariffs might affect the industry, what the percentage will be, how they might shake out. So Merck giving us at least some sense of how it's been so far is helpful. But listening to the earnings call, it's like a certain form of theater where analysts find new and inventive ways to ask the company, will you tell us what you're actually expecting from pharmaceutical tariffs if they come through as the president has promised to bring them about? And Merck kind of artfully dodging actually committing to that.
How exposed is Merck to China and maybe broader pharma companies in general? Because they do have this drug, and they're facing stiff competition in China, and that's one of the really downfalls that the company faced in the previous quarter.
Yeah, I think Merck in particular faces tariff issues on two fronts. One, the retaliatory tariffs imposed by China make it difficult to sell products into China for any American company that are sort of in the crosshairs of what Beijing is doing in retaliation to the White House. But then, maybe an even larger headwind for them is the potential of the United States imposing tariffs on the importation of pharmaceuticals. Because Merck, like most of its peers, has a huge global manufacturing network, and in many cases will ship products to the US from, for example, Ireland, where they have a lot of manufacturing. And then this gets a little into the weeds of trade policy, but Merck, like many companies, has offshored the intellectual property behind some of its biggest drugs. So Keytruda, the biggest drug in pharmaceutical history, which is Merck's cancer drug, the IP lives in Ireland. And so that gets complicated.
Okay.
That gets complicated in that if, and these are all ifs because we don't know, but if, for example, the president were to impose a 25% tariff on pharmaceuticals, then Merck could end up paying quite a bit simply to import its own product and basically the intellectual property of its own product from Ireland to the United States. So that's really the number that analysts are trying to get their heads around, both in terms of Merck and in global pharmaceuticals in general, and it remains a mystery because we don't know.
Merck based where, John Tucker?
That would be New Jersey.
That would be New Jersey. Yes, it would be Rahway, New Jersey, Johnson & Johnson, New Brunswick, New Jersey, just for those out there wondering. And we got Shearing Plow, Bristol Myers Squibb all over the state.
I still have to visit New Jersey.
I have to visit New Jersey.
How long have you been in New York? 7 years.
Jeez.
But I stay in the city.
You are really missing out.
Jeez, all right. Damien, all right, let's frame out Merck. I mean, the stock is down 21% this year to date. That's the worst of the big pharma here. I've got Lilly up 10%. What's the story on Merck? What's the concern in the marketplace about Merck?
I think it boils down to Gardasil, which is Merck's blockbuster vaccine for HPV, which is a cancer-causing virus. It's one of the more, it's the only vaccine you can say prevents cancer. So this is a massive product around the world that Merck developed and has been marketing for more than a decade. The issue came about last year related to China, which is that there had been this massive boom in demand in China for this vaccine, which is paid for out of pocket. It's a luxury product for basically the wealthy of China. And then suddenly that demand seemed to fall off the cliff last year. And Merck didn't have initially much in the way of convincing explanations as to why that happened and why it might ameliorate. And slowly, quarter after quarter, the story got worse until in the first quarter of this year, they halted all shipments of Gardasil to China. So
voluntarily?
Yes, because the inventory had built up. The demand had fallen off the cliff such that their partner in China was apparently unable to sell the doses at the level that they were previously scrambling to meet the demand of. And so if you just subtract all of Gardasil's potential revenue in China, you're probably talking about $3 to $4 billion a year, which in, as you mentioned, in the context of Merck is not that big of a deal. And especially Keytruda, the cancer drug, can make that up in half a quarter. I think the issue really with the stock move you mentioned, they're down 40% since first disclosing the Gardasil problems in China, relates to the fact that the company has not had a very convincing explanation for why it happened and why it's going to be ameliorated. And so you're seeing both a sort of, reputational kind of risk taking place there, and then furthermore, not unlike Wile E. Coyote running off a cliff, I think when the Gardasil situation worsened, investors started taking a hard look at the rest of Merck's portfolio heading into the rest of the decade, especially Keytruda, which will face lower cost competition around 2028, and kind of start to panic. Like, are we sure this company has a plan to withstand what's going to be a massive patent cliff?
What are your sources telling you? Why are they not explaining it then?
I think in fairness to Merck, I think they have been probably about as forthcoming as they can be. It's a little bit of a black box for them because, as I mentioned, they do business in China with respect to Gardasil through a Chinese company that is their distributor. So Merck on the US end is basically shipping doses according to what that company orders. They don't necessarily have, as that company would, the sort of like boots on the ground selling doses in China. So I think they were probably caught a little flat-footed. And I think reasonably, you could say that they didn't read the market well. We had a story earlier this week looking at the rise of biotech companies in China, which have rapidly come to develop vaccines of their own and are now seeking to supplant Gardasil in the country. And I think it's fair to say, and we've heard analysts say this, that Merck did not adequately assess the competitive dynamics on the ground there.
Where is the University of New Mexico?
Albuquerque.
Okay, and you're from New Mexico originally.
That's right.
Like a native?
Oh yeah, I mean, in fact, I'm going back in a month. Virtually everyone to whom I'm related lives within about 100 miles of Albuquerque.
Okay, so what town were you born?
Los Lunas.
Los Lunas.
So it's south of Albuquerque, between Albuquerque and the Athletic University Division.
That's west of New Jersey.
That's west
Yeah,
of New
little west of New Jersey.
Have you been in New Jersey?
I have.
See?
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost is very important to take every day. It's the last pillar of my core protocol. The first pillar is taking Max 35 or Max 14 or Cleanse. That will help boost up your immune system. The second pillar is C60 to soak up free radicals. The third pillar is to take ashwagandha, turmeric, and lignans to help with bringing down inflammation. That helps with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And taking Boomer Boost is going to boost up your metabolism and your energy levels. It also targets a few other organ systems. It targets and helps with your heart and your vascular system, your brain function, and building strength. It helps with your musculature. And of course, boosts up your energy levels and your metabolism. You will lose weight safely by taking Boomer Boost. And you're going to get 68 nutrients, the nutrients that you need to maintain that energy level throughout the whole day. There's no spiking of energy. It's and you'll be able to concentrate, and you'll have that energy level throughout the whole day. And you'll have a healthy way to lose weight. All right. Now, what also happens is that it gets rid of brain fog, and you'll be able to concentrate better, and you'll be able to sleep better. You will literally start feeling the effects of Boomer Boost within 72 hours. 72 hours. And as you take it on a daily basis, you're going to get these compound effects, and you're going to slow down the aging process and boost up your immune system, and you're helping with your overall health. So please go to my store, get the Boomer Boost. It has a very comprehensive compound profile. Take a look at it on the screen here. And better yet, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take a look at the label. This is a very powerful supplement to take. It has a big scooper in here. You take 1 scoop a day for breakfast or for lunch. Take it with soft foods, that's how I take it, or you can take it with filtered water, milk, or a smoothie. The key is this is your breakfast or your lunch, all right? You'll start to slowly, safely lose weight, and you're gonna have all the energy that you need, and you're gonna have more vitality. You're gonna want to work out. Now, if you're an athlete, you want to use this also as your pre or your post-workout fuel source. And you'll notice that you're gaining more from your workout and increasing your fitness for your sport. But even if you're not an athlete, younger or older, it's important to start taking this. This is extremely powerful stuff, and it's relatively cheap compared to what you would be spending for your breakfast or for your lunch for a month. So you'll save money and you're going to get healthy. So take the Boomer Boost, take it every day. It's something that I do. All right. Now, there's also the barley that I have. Now, the barley you can take separately, or you can mix it with the Boomer Boost. The best combo is to mix it with the Boomer Boost. Now, there's 2 types of barley. This is high density protein that you can't buy at a whole, like a Whole Foods or an organic food store. This is way better, all right? Now, the Gladiator and the Heirloom, you can take separately, all right, relative to the Boomer Boost. But it's better to take it with the Boomer Boost. Now, Heirloom barley focuses on detoxification, bringing down inflammation, which is going to help with your vascular system. It's going to help with your immune system, and soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. It's a great way to get healthy. It's a high-density protein. You take a half a scoop or a full scoop every day. Take it the same way you take the Boomer Boost. All right? Now, I take the Gladiator barley, and you get all the benefits of the Heirloom barley. So you get the detoxification, bringing down inflammation, soaking up free radicals with superoxide dismutase, but you also get the strength benefits when you do resistance training. This stacks really well with Myotrol. And Myotrol, I'll be talking about a little bit later, helps gene expression to build muscle. So if you're an athlete, you want to take this as your pre or post workout fuel source to build the strength that you need. And if you're an athlete, stacking this helps a lot, all right? Now, you don't have to be an athlete to take Gladiator barley. You just have to do some exercising. And if you're older, 40 plus years of age, then taking Gladiator barley and doing resistance training is going to help you gain muscle. And most people, once they hit 40, they start to atrophy. It's really important to have good musculature, all right? Research has shown that if you actually have better strength in your legs, you actually have lower mortality rates, all right? Basically what that means is that if you're stronger with your body, but especially in your legs, you live longer. A lot of people don't realize that. Don't lose muscle mass when you get older, right? Maintain, a workout throughout the week with those 4 modalities that I've been talking about. Resistance training, cardio, stretching, and balancing, really important. But taking Gladiator barley is going to help you build that muscle because it has the high density protein. You can take this separately, and you can take this if you're an athlete or not an athlete. Now, like I said, it stacks really well with Boomer Boost. And by stacking with Boomer Boost, either Gladiator barley or the Heirloom barley with the Boomer Boost, and you take that every day, either for your breakfast or for your lunch, you're going to get healthy and you're going to be able to control your A1C levels. So you're boosting up your brain function, you're boosting up your strength, you're boosting up your cardiovascular health, you're bringing down inflammation, you're detoxifying your body. This is a great way to get healthy. And you're controlling your blood glucose levels. So taking these 2 items here, the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley, and you do a little bit doing some workout, and you do eat properly, filter your water and stay away from processed foods, and you stick to this concept here, you're going to lose weight and you're going to get healthier. All right. The two most chronic issues that we have in the United States is cardiovascular disease and diabetes. And for most patients, it's self-induced. It's because of lifestyle. It's not because of genetics. There are a few out there. There's a small percentage of people that have genetic problems. But most people, they want to blame their problem on genetics. The reality is they don't have a genetic problem. They have a lifestyle problem. They just don't want to be told that. So the far majority of the people that have diabetes and cardiovascular problems, guess what? It's because of lifestyle. Now, you do this, the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator Barley, and you do the 4 modalities of working out, and you eat properly, and you get proper sleep. You're going to slow down the aging process. You're going to reduce further plaque buildup. And over time, you're going to actually start to notice that your blood pressure is going down and you're getting healthier. Now, in terms of diabetes, this is controlling your blood glucose levels and you're losing weight. You're getting to a proper level for weight. To solve the healthcare crisis in the United States in terms of the action, treating the diseases, and in terms of reducing costs in the United States at the aggregate level, to reduce healthcare costs, in the United States, we must target diabetes and heart disease. You target those two, and what will happen is costs of care are going to radically go down. Radically go down. Billions of dollars will be reduced in actual cost of healthcare. Now, you don't want to go down that road of pharmacopoeia because there's lots of side effects. And especially if you with cardiovascular disease and you start taking those beta blockers and you need those diuretics and all these things, eventually what will happen is your heart will weaken and eventually you'll get into heart failure. And there's different stages of heart failure. You can Google it up. There's different categories of heart failure. But once you start going down that pharmacopoeia road, it's a lot harder to get off of it. And you will eventually have heart failure. But you don't have to go down that road. It's all about taking charge of your health. And like I said, you want to cut down healthcare costs in the United States? It's not finding the cure for cancer. There's 3 things that we can do right now to radically change the costs of healthcare. People need to lose weight and control their blood glucose levels and get healthier and build up muscle mass. Eat properly and take the proper supplementation to reduce the plaque buildup that they have and get a stronger heart, so improve their cardiovascular health and get cancer screenings more often. And when you do that, you're going to radically change the cost of healthcare. And you don't need anything else. Anything else that comes on about trying to treat is just gravy. But the biggest bang for your buck is what I just said. And I just told you what you need to do. You get to different ages, you need to make sure you do your cancer screenings. And it's starting to get so simple where you can just do blood screenings and you can find cancer antigens within the bloodstream. And that's a good first step to see if you might have something. It may have false positives, but you want false positives. Why? Because then it further investigates to make sure you don't have something. If you have a false negative, that's a big problem, especially by the time it metastasizes. So what you want to do is do the cancer screenings. It's not you don't need a treatment for cancer. You need to catch cancer early, and then you'll, in most cases, not all cases, but in most cases, your survival rates are extremely high. All right, but cancer is not a one-all. I mean, there's many different types and there's different reasons for it, all right? But for most people, catching it early will save your life. You don't need some sort of finding the cure for XYZ, all right? Now, in terms of diabetes, lose weight and eat properly and take the proper supplementation to help you along in controlling those A1C levels. And doing the Gladiator, Barley, and the Boomer Boost is going to do that for you. Now, with heart disease, work out, gain muscle, take the proper supplementation. And if you follow my protocols, you're going to be able to reduce plaque buildup, not reduce the chances of plaque, which it will, right? The protocol will reduce the chances of building new plaque. But if you follow the cardiovascular box that I have, longevity cardiovascular box, you'll reduce the plaque buildup over time. So if you don't believe me, go get an ultrasound of your carotid. All right, and let's say you're older. Let's say you're in your 50s or even your 40s, and you aren't very, very healthy, and you have high blood pressure, and you build up a plaque. All right, or take a look at a calcium screening. All right, and do a calcium screening. You should be doing a calcium screening at age 50. All right, take a calcium screening, get an ultrasound, do a stress test, find out what's your percentage blockage. All right, and then start taking the longevity cardiovascular box that I have on my store, and then do the same thing 1 year later, and you're going to start noticing that you have less blockage, less calcium buildup. All right, I know what I'm talking about on this. So just follow my lead and you're going to be okay. So like I said, take a look at that cardiovascular box, the longevity cardiovascular box that I have on my store, and also take a look at stacking the Gladiator Barley and the Boomer Boost together. And this is a great way to get healthy. Reduce your personal cost of healthcare by staying healthy. And then if a lot of people did this in the United States, tens of billions of dollars would be reduced in healthcare costs, because the two biggest diseases that we're treating in the United States is diabetes and heart disease. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, take the Gladiator Barley, take the Boomer Boost, stack them together, do the 4 modalities of working out, and if you want that extra benefit, take the Myotrol, and it's going to help with the gene expression when you're older to build muscle mass. I just gave you the recipe to stay healthy. Please go to my store, use discount 5, you get $5 off. Take a look at the anti-aging boxes and the longevity boxes. I have lowered the prices on some of them. So take a look at that and get healthy. Follow the protocol that I'm doing. All right. These are things that I'm not telling you to do. These are things that I'm doing. All right. Now, if you don't want to listen, it's your own goddamn fault. But I just told you how to improve your health.
And a similar move we saw from Delta, Frontier, Southwest Airlines. Of course, the company is saying it will provide a full year update once the economic outlook becomes clear. Now, we also see that overall American Airlines profit margins continues to trail peers. BI put a nice note of breaking down this earnings report. But I would also like to highlight a commentary from International Air Transport Association Chief Willie Walsh. He said this overall impact from tariffs on airline industry would be very similar to what we saw after September 11th, 2001 attack. So he said it will be very severe, but potentially short-lived, and we may see a bigger impact on transatlantic traffic. But however, he said potentially the airline industry will recover in the next few months.
Paul, I just tried PGEO, and the biggest revenue of P&G is fabric and home care, followed by baby, feminine, and family care and beauty.
Yeah,
what about, I know, it's interesting. Thanks for teaching me this function.
It's a good one. Anything else in time?
Yes, commodities, Newmont.
Oh, right, yeah.
Big move, shares are up year to date, guys. It's one of those rare examples of winners. Shares are up by almost 25%. Better results are, of course, driven by rising prices of gold.
All right, very good. Natalia Kinney-Javich, equities reporter for Bloomberg News. Appreciate that. Market Drivers today is brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with a 2-to-1 advisor to staff ratio. Small firm attentiveness, big advisor impact. Go to Commonwealth.com to learn about their consultative support and technology. Red headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal there. Trump asked Supreme Court to allow his transgender military ban. So there we go. We'll have more reporting on that. But continue to say more activity coming out of the White House there. Comcast, one of the companies that reported today, tough business in terms of keeping their subscribers for not only their television business, but also their broadband business. So we see subscriber losses there across the industry. And that's a tough thing to manage against. Geetha Ranganathan joins us. She covers all the media companies for Bloomberg Intelligence. You can talk to us about Comcast, because Comcast, in my personal opinion, they've got one of the best management teams that I've come across, period. They always have had a really strong management team. But the reality is, the business conditions, there's a lot of headwinds out there.
There absolutely is, Paul. So Comcast is the largest broadband provider in the United States. They have about 32 million subscribers. So they are by far the number one. But the problem for them over the past few years has been really rising competition, very, very intense competition from the likes of Verizon, T-Mobile, and AT&T, who are making this big push into the broadband business and really going after Comcast's bread and butter. So just a few years ago, Comcast used to add about 1 million subscribers every year in its broadband business. But today, when it reported, it reported a loss of about 200,000 subscribers just in the first quarter. So tremendous pressure that they're feeling from both fiber and fixed wireless access, which are, the two products that telecom is really pushing. And it's going to, the pain is definitely going to last through the rest of the year for sure.
What are they doing to stem those subscriber losses?
So the problem for them is on the fixed wireless product, which is really very, very easy to use. It's kind of a plug and play type of a product from the telecoms. The main problem that Comcast is facing there is the price point. So there's a lot of transparency. The price point, first of all, with fixed wireless is much lower than a traditional cable broadband subscription. And so they're facing a lot of pressure there from a pricing standpoint. And then with the fiber product, it's really more of a quality concern because, the cable product is definitely a good one, but it's not as good as fiber. So they're getting hit really on both ends of the spectrum. And they are, now they are kind of trying to change their whole strategy. They've called for this strategic pivot in this go-to-market strategy. And what that basically entails is kind of changing up their pricing and packaging. The problem with Comcast is it's really been a very regional pricing strategy, which, has resulted in a lack of transparency, I think. And that's made customers.
What I would love to see Elon Musk do with Starlink is lower the price, come out with a phone that's like a Starlink phone, where you have very few apps. So, you would have a mobile, you would have a phone, capability. You would have that you could play music if you want, but it would have X on it. But like a stripped down smartphone, much cheaper, using Starlink, but bringing down the price of Starlink's like $150 for, I think, a basic package per month. Bring it down more affordable. And therefore, Starlink would be destroying the cell carriers market and taking huge market share away from Apple. Most people have a cell phone, right? Their smartphone, they got capability they don't by far don't need. You do not need most of the capability on these phones, all right? But you're paying for it. So if you're paying for something you don't need, eventually, if you can find a competitor that comes out with a product that's cheaper and it meets your needs and has like mapping function, right? Then you don't need to purchase $1,000 iPhone. And Starlink would make a ton of money. Now, I think Starlink is wrapped up into SpaceX right now. But that would be a great way to spin off a new company for Elon, and it would take market share away from Apple and the cell carriers. That would be a huge, huge business for Elon. These cell phones that we have just have way too much capability, and we don't even need it. And it's just an annuity for Tim Cook over at Apple.
Increase their international footprint. So they are really going after the theme park business in a very, very big way, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going. I'm telling you right now. I know John Tucker's going to be down there as well.
I don't leave New Jersey.
You got Great Adventure, Six Flags.
That's what you do.
All right, very good. Geetha Ranganathan. She is the media analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Appreciate getting some thoughts there on Comcast stock trading down. And again, tough business there.
All right, let's take a look at the equity market. The equity market is trading, the S&P 500 is trading at 5,454. Remember what I said. 5,500 is a barrier, a psychological barrier for the equity market. And you're going to have some short positions at that point of 5,500. So there's going to be a little bit of, as it approaches, it's going to be stressed. And we'll see if it breaks it. But if the equity market, it trades next week above the 5,500 mark repeatedly, then you just missed the entry point to getting into the market, because then we have seen the low back few weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I guess it was, at 4,820, I think it was. But we'll see if it tests. We're about 50 points away from it.
Breakdown in demand, right? Because they probably, they kind of sell these seats at certain gating points to try to have the airplane filled at certain gating points. And when you don't make your load factor, it means as you got to the flight time, you just couldn't get people to take that ticket price. So it seems like demand has kind of faded over the quarter. Again, they're sending leisure, and so that's been the knockdown in load factors. And so to us, we saw that at Southwest as well. To us, it looks like capacity's got to come out of the marketplace, right? But these companies are still managing a lot of expense inertia, right? Americans still saw cost per available seat mile rising mid-single digits, right? So that's a heavy level of inflation inside the business. It's going to be hard to cut capacity, which you need to do to firm up fares, and not have those costs balloon. So we're seeing that kind of across the industry. It'll be very interesting to see how they try to address that.
So if domestic demand and travel has waned, what about international?
Yeah, so we're watching international closely. What we're hearing is domestic leisure. We're getting told that domestic premium is holding up, and international has done pretty well as well. The first quarter is typically not a heavy go to Europe kind of period. So a lot of them cut capacity, and they saw really nice yields, which are synonymous with fares during the quarter. So it looked okay. But I think if you look closely at the euro, I don't have the absolute current spot on the euro.
113.
Yeah, but so we're up 13% on the euro. Things are getting very expensive to go to Europe. Now look, everyone's not going to stop going to Europe. Usually that's a more well-heeled crowd. They book further out in the curve, right? I think I have a joke, I think everybody gets up, Christmas morning, and they open their presents, and then the well-heeled families go, so we're going to Madrid this year, or we're going to Barcelona, right? And so I think they've already got their plans in place for this year. But our guess is, especially for second quarter, but our guess is third quarter, we could see some softening in Europe, and that's really been holding up the U.S. airlines' profitability well. And one thing I'd point out real quick on that is really the U.S. carriers are flying Americans to Europe because Europe was cheap.
Yeah.
Europeans aren't coming here. Yeah. So the question is, if the euro flips here, will the Europeans come here given maybe a little bit of the political climate? Maybe we've seen a little heavier inflation. You go to dinner in New York, it's not dinner in Madrid. That's the question I have, and I think we'll see as we get into 3Q whether or not that's going to hold up.
The American Airlines execs joining Delta Airlines and saying they're not going to pay more for airplanes because of tariffs. How can they say that? If the price is going up because of tariffs, are they just not going to take planes?
So Delta did flatline the back half of the year on capacity, and I think part of that was in reaction to reaction to tariffs and not wanting to take deliveries and not the shoehorn themselves. Look, I think a lot of the CEOs don't believe this is going to go on for long. You know, we've done some analysis of Bloomberg Intelligence, and if you look at the markets, if you look at Europe and at the US, and you look at Airbus and Boeing market share, Airbus has almost as strong market share in the US as Boeing does. Wow. So the Europeans are going to have to find some way to fix that problem. I think these CEOs think it won't last. They don't want to pay up right now for it.
All right, very good. We'll say a little game of chicken there. We'll see how that plays out. George Ferguson, Senior Aerospace Defense and Airlines Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence. I mean, you get him in New York, you got to get him in the studio because you get that guy out of Princeton. You got to shoot him.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great structural nano silver soaps that I have. You can get it in lavender, in peppermint, also in lemongrass and charcoal tea tree. Very high quality structural nano silver soaps. Get a few bars for your household, help support my work, and help support your health and wellness. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more on any order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Now, I also partnered up with Rainbow Herbals, and we developed this deodorant bar that is dual purpose. It's for males and females. It will help to detoxify your body and to use it as a deodorant. Use it every day. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural, no aluminum, no baking soda. Use this every day. It'll help to detoxify your body, and you use it as a deodorant. Again, it's for males and females. Get a few bars for your household, help support my work, and help support your health and wellness. It's a win-win situation. Again, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on any order, then you will get a free gift until supplies last. All right, with that, let's go to Cash Jordan. He just published something. Immigrants overwhelm Home Depot as customers complain.
We need a training manual for the new hire, ASAP.
Hey, I'm gonna be it.
Concerns mount over migrant loitering at Home Depot. What's this about?
Chaotic. Over the weekend, this was a scene outside the Home Depot in Princeton Park on Chicago's South Side, and it's drawing growing concern. Complaints are pouring in from customers and neighbors who say they're being harassed by groups of alleged migrants crowding the parking lot. This video shows dozens of people gathered near the entrance, many of them customers say approaching cars and following people into the store in hopes of getting work. One customer told us it's become an unsettling experience just trying to shop.
Now, wait a second. Chicago's a sanctuary city. What on earth is anybody upset about? This is what happens when you're a sanctuary city and you bring people into your city with no way to provide for them.
And they're asking you, can I clean your car? Can I wash your windshield? And even when you're coming out, they like waving their hands for you to stop, like you just hit them or something. And then they come up to you like they are contractors working.
So how did it get to this point?
Well, wait a second. You can't have it both ways. You can't invite a whole bunch of folks to come and live in your city and then expect them to sit around and do nothing all day, especially when all of the jobs that people were promised never materialized. That's what you're looking at here. There's no work for these folks. So what do? They do this. And this is the sad lie of opportunity in a sanctuary city that's not really there. It doesn't help anybody.
The former employees say the issue escalated after Texas Governor Greg Abbott began sending migrants to Chicago. And since then, neighbors say trash has piled up. A street food vendor has taken over the sidewalk. People feel unsafe, and little, if anything, has been done to address this. A former Home Depot employee described it as a failure on the part of both the company and the city, saying the lack of action is only making things worse.
What are you supposed to do? People aren't allowed into the Home Depot parking lot. Yes, they're not supposed to be working illegally or off the books, which is probably where this is going to end up. But the sad reality here is that people in Chicago, if they're upset about this, blaming Texas, blaming Home Depot, that's not the right answer. The right answer is you've got to look at policies that allowed people to come here when they should have been in the country to begin with.
They're impeding on traffic. They're outside. It's just so many of them where, it's to me, it's unsafe.
All the immigrants, you got the African immigrants over there, you got the Asian immigrants over there, you got the Hispanic immigrants over there. At first, it was already Latino immigrants for a long time. Now it's African immigrants over there. Now it's Haitian immigrants over there. You can't sit here and tell me that there's no way that these people can get their work permits to start working on these affordable housing.
So, okay, here's the thing. They can get work permits, but there's a problem with that. What good is a work permit if there are no jobs available? We're seeing this in New York. Look at this. Just over 2,000 people in New York City have been connected with jobs under a city initiative, but over 200,000 migrant asylum seekers have come to New York. So this is like 1% of the number of people that have come here. The city was actually able to place in a legal job. The jobs aren't there.
The Home Depot is responding to our story saying this: we have a long-standing non-solicitation policy at our stores. Our top priority is the safety of our associates and customers, and we invest significant resources in making sure they can work and shop safely. Our ongoing approach includes technology.
So, okay, Home Depot, what they could do, they could ask people to leave their parking lot. But we should have seen this coming because the same exact thing's been happening in New York for over 2 years. Look at this.
Have faith in God and don't give up. Those are the words of Gustavo Tanqueño of Ecuador, who arrived 4 months ago. Every morning since, he stands for hours on the corner of Roosevelt Avenue and 69th Street, along with dozens of migrant day laborers of all ages, waiting for a car to pick them up and take them to a job site.
This was 2 years ago. This news report right here, the same thing is still happening in New York. People didn't have jobs 2 years ago, and they don't have jobs now. It's really sad because even though many of these folks came into the country illegally, many of them did so based on this lie that going to a sanctuary city would provide all of their needs. And the people getting off buses from places like Texas came to places like New York and Chicago willingly because those places rolled out the proverbial red carpet and gave them promise after promise of how the American dream was at their fingertips. Don't worry, you can come here and all of your problems will be taken care of. Really? Is that what we're looking at? I don't think so.
Here we see the situation rather hard and we can't get a job. He came in pursuit of the American dream, thinking New York would provide him with what he didn't have back at home, a job. If lucky, he gets picked up twice a week, making $150 a day, but he admits there are weeks he goes back empty-handed.
Now, it's important to understand that a lot of these folks, since they're in New York City and they're here as quote-unquote asylum seekers, they're able to collect some city services, healthcare, free asylum-related stuff, but none of that's helped them actually get jobs and get this twisted version of the American dream that sanctuary cities are advertising. What you're seeing on the screen here is people who believed a lie and came here, and now it's too late. Now they're stuck.
Here you really come to...
I'm Steve Ballmer, a data nerd who founded USA Facts, and here's a quick take on a hot topic.
Here you really come to learn. You come to learn a trade. You can see the desperation. Once a car pulls up, they all run towards it, hoping today will be the day.
That's
today
crazy.
will be chosen. We all come to look for work, and sometimes we only get one day, and it's nothing at all, says William Tipan, who arrived 3 months ago, also from Ecuador.
The really sad thing here is that all of these people that are taking these off-the-books jobs, because these are the only jobs available, those are exploitative jobs. They're getting paid less than a contractor would have to get paid if they were paying taxes and all that other stuff. These people are being taken advantage of, but this is their only option. This is what sanctuary cities are doing to people.
He tells us this isn't the American dream he pictured.
No, it's not.
I thought it wasn't like that. If I knew this, I would have stayed in my own country. In my country, at least, there was some work, very little, but something. Now, speaking with business owners here in the area, they tell us that this looks a lot different than it did in previous years. A lot more migrants out here looking for work, and not just men, but also women.
Elena Sanse is one of those women. She arrived from Guatemala 5 months ago, leaving behind her 3 children, a 12, 10, and 4-year-old. She stands on this corner 7 days a week.
You've got to ask yourself, if you've got folks living in America making a substandard wage, and they're in America's most expensive city, how on earth is that going to be better than potentially earning more money with a relevant skill set where these folks were originally living? They're even saying that they wish they hadn't shown up in America because these are the actual conditions on the ground, and no one's helping these people. You've got armies of caseworkers at these shelters that give people hugs when they get off the buses and tell them their best days are ahead of them, but no, they're not. In fact, some of these folks can't find jobs. What do? They end up living in cars. They live in tents outside of these shelters so they don't have to pay rent, so they can still go to the shelter and get the free services that are given out there. It's a terrible situation, but it's reality in a sanctuary city.
Some weeks are better than others. At minimum, she works 3 days a week, making $150 a day.
Hay carros de construcción.
There are construction cars that take us to do some cleaning or other jobs. Even if we don't know how to do the work, we have to say we know out of necessity. In her short time here, she has done every job.
This right here is what's happening in Chicago at this Home Depot that just made the news for quote unquote being overrun. Everybody should have seen this coming. It's been happening in New York for years. But what if the Home Depot in Chicago bans day laborers? What's going to happen? Well, in New York, Home Depot did it. Let's see how that worked out.
Home Depot in New Rochelle banned day workers from its parking lot. One of those workers was even arrested while on the property.
It was his arrest last month for allegedly trespassing that sparked protests in New Rochelle.
So all of these protests that are happening here at this New York Home Depot, well, that's what's going to happen in Chicago. The protest crowd is going to come out if that Home Depot tries to ban people, and they're going to say that Home Depot's wrong, and this is a sanctuary city, and this goes against what we're all about. And if Home Depot wants to operate within city limits, they better play ball.
Day laborers and community activists angry over stepped-up security at Home Depot that they say borders on harassment and intimidation.
The security guard with the dogs has been very aggressive towards the day laborers.
Ah, yes, the dogs. Last month, Eyewitness News showed you security guards patrolling parking lots with dogs at a Home Depot in the Bronx. The crackdown there and in New Rochelle started after customers complained of migrants aggressively offering to load up vehicles in exchange for tips.
So this happened in the Bronx as well at a Home Depot there. And what happens? Well, customers complain, then the store decides to do something about it, and then the activists show up, and then they start complaining, and whoever's louder is going to win. And these businesses, I mean, they're going to have to back off. They're going to lose this battle because they're not going to get any support from their city, which is a sanctuary city.
But day laborers in New Rochelle say they're being penalized for the behavior of some recent asylum seekers. They've been forced off the property, hurting their chances of being hired. Though they say they've lived and worked in the community for years.
They're not doing anything but working. That's what they're looking for, work.
They arrested a couple of these guys. These guys are not bad people. They're not.
Today's protest taking place under the watchful eyes of management, the chain offering a generic statement. Like many businesses in the community, we have a long-standing non-solicitation policy at our stores. The solution, organizers say, is to create a permanent work center where contractors and day laborers can coordinate. Until that happens.
Well, hold on a second. That's not going to fix anything because this work that these individuals are getting, it's off the books work. If you create some government operated work center, the people coming in there, they're not only going to have work visas, but they're going to have to get hired for appropriate wages. Everyone hiring them is going to have insurance. This illegal job market can only exist because it's getting around the regulations that are in these places that have a super high minimum wage and have a ton of rules and don't just have situations where people can get a job quickly and start working. And the problem we've got here is the activists say they've got a solution only because it's not in place yet. Every solution these activists have had for the plight of migrants and asylum seekers has failed them. That's why some of them live in cars right now in Midtown outside of the Welcome Center, the Roosevelt Hotel. That's why you've got all these abandoned vehicles with barnacles all over them, just littering the streets, getting towed every couple of weeks. Every free thing has not gotten people prosperity. Every job initiative has been another failure because for some reason, the people that are coming here aren't able to integrate with these economies. People aren't getting jobs in America like they were told. Here's an interview from a year ago with someone who's running for mayor right now of New York, who said that around 180,000 people have come to New York City, 65,000 need care. He's quoted as saying that the asylum crisis in New York was an opportunity to build a thriving economy. But for who? The people that came here aren't able to take part in that economy. They were lied to. The jobs aren't there for them. But now the question is that the fault of the sanctuary city for putting itself out there like it's the American dream when it's not? And is that the fault of people for coming here without a legal pathway to actually existing on the books in our country? Let me know what you think. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
There's negative externalities with woke, ultra-liberal agenda that has been happening for multiple decades. And now we broke the system. And what we have are cities like New York City and Chicago, high-density areas, even like LA, that are broken because of this illegal immigration. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the first pillar of the core protocol that I have that will help boost up your immune system. Take max 14 or max 35. The 14 is 14 parts per million, max 35 is 35 parts per million, or cleanse, which is 30 parts per million. They're at different price points. But take that every day, take a teaspoon a day, swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow. What you're gonna do is you're gonna help with your oral cavity, you're gonna help with your oral pharynx, maintain that mucosal barrier, and improve the health of the epithelial lining. When you do that, you're boosting up your immune system. Very important. Do that every day. If you're not feeling well, or you're around people that aren't feeling well, take a double dose, or take a tablespoon or two a day, and then go back to your maintenance dose when everything's okay. But it's important to take this, the cleanse, or the max 35 or the max 14 every day. Take a teaspoon a day, all right, as a maintenance dose. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. And if you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
They might do, how they might move in response to what we're seeing?
No, of course, I spoke with Chris Waller, the Fed governor, today, and he basically said the same thing that everybody else has said, that they don't have enough information to make plans or to come up with views about what is going to happen to the economy. He said if the economy starts to slow, if we have a serious rise in unemployment, he would support rate cuts. He thinks that inflation is going to be a one-off risk from tariffs because you apply tariffs once and then prices go up, but then they don't stay up. In that, he's a bit of an outlier. But he isn't calling for any rate moves now either. It says it'll probably be July or later before we have any kind of clear picture of the impact that tariffs are having.
And what about, it seems like every day there's just a new headline, and that's really changing the Fed's position, the economic policy. How much are your sources telling you that they factor in, or are they more in a wait and see mode? Because you can't keep on changing your allocations or your stance or your views every day.
Yeah, people are very much in a wait and see. Kind of jump in and out on headlines, but the general feeling is we do right now, except wait it out, because you don't know whether any kind of tweet or any kind of remark to the press is then going to be walked back by someone in the administration one way or another. The president said yesterday that the Chinese were talking to us, and Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, said, no, the Chinese are not talking to us. So do you place an investment on China? I wouldn't think so.
All right, Michael McKee, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent. The news, again, crossing the tape here, geopolitical front. The U.S. will demand that Russia accept Ukraine's right to have its own army and defense industry as part of the peace agreement between Moscow and Kiev. The Trump administration also wants Moscow to return Ukraine's nuclear power plant. In short, Ukraine has passage over the Dnieper River and returned land occupied by Russia in the Kharkiv regions. So it seems like some really big news on this front. So let's talk to somebody who knows this stuff. Nick Wadhams, he's a U.S. national security reporter for Bloomberg News. He is based in Washington, D.C. Nick, this seems like big news coming from the administration. Put it in context for us, please.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is that a lot of what we've been hearing so far out of the administration and the conversations between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia have been a lot of demands on Ukraine. So we recently heard that the U.S. wanted to recognize Russian sovereignty over Crimea. They wanted to block Ukraine from getting NATO membership. A host of other issues, a critical minerals agreement, and that had provoked a lot of fears among European allies and critics of the Trump administration that essentially this deal was going to be really heavily favored toward Russia and Ukraine wasn't going to get anything in return. We are starting now to get some sense of what the U.S. is asking Russia, and what we know so far from our reporters' source-based work is that they are going to rebuff or push back strongly against this Russian demand that Ukraine essentially demilitarize. This has been a central war aim that Russia has made clear since the start of its invasion in 2022. And the U.S. is now saying, listen, we want to do this peace deal, and we're not going to let you get away with that. This is going to be something you're going to have to agree to. And then this energy issue, we know energy has been very important to President Trump. So the Zaporizhzhia power plant, a massive, massive power plant in Ukraine that Russia seized during the war, the U.S. is essentially saying, you got to give it back. So we now understand the U.S. is going to present these terms of a potential deal to Russia, and we'll see what the answer is.
And how do you think Russia will respond to that? Because the U.S. is demanding this military right force, but will Russia agree to it, you think?
I mean, that's a great question, and that's we're going to learn a lot about the viability of these negotiations. I mean, you know, the Russian idea that Ukraine essentially demilitarized was always seen as an extremely maximalist goal. I mean, it's hard to conceive of the U.S. or any other mediator basically acceding to the idea that a country be left totally demilitarized. I mean, that was something that you saw out of World War II with Japan, but otherwise this has not been repeated in modern history. So it would have been an extremely difficult demand to meet. The U.S. is saying essentially that's not going to fly. And, you know, I think what we'll see is, depending on how Russia responds, we'll have a better sense of whether they see these negotiations as a viable path toward an actual ceasefire, or whether they have no interest in peace and are just going to press ahead with the war. So we should have a strong indication of that in the next few days when President Trump's envoy heads to Moscow.
Nick, is there any sense as to what kind of leverage the U.S. has here on the campaign trail? Candidate Trump at the time was very confident about his ability to get what he termed a good peace deal negotiated quickly. Do we have the leverage to actually do that?
Well, I mean, the U.S. definitely does have some points of leverage. It also has some weaknesses. I mean, the big leverage it has, obviously, for one thing, is the sanctions, the massive sanctions regime that have essentially choked off the Russian economy, separated it from the West. Though Russia has been able to keep its war machine going, the economy is in pretty grim shape. And the U.S. could just keep up with the flow of weapons and support to Ukraine, you know, under the idea that, hey, like Russia, they did this invasion in 2022. They've taken over about a fifth of Ukraine's territory, but they did not topple President Zelensky's government as they had hoped, and Ukraine doesn't seem to be going anywhere. So the U.S. could certainly exercise leverage in those ways. Russia, though, also sees that it has its own leverage. Trump does not want to give Ukraine the amount of military aid that it's gotten so far, and they have made battlefield gains in the last several months. So in some ways, for Russia, there is a continued interest in prolonging this thing and drawing it out in the hope that President Trump turns his ire again toward Vladimir Zelensky rather than toward Russia. That whether that's a gamble they're going to be willing to make, though, is another question.
All right, fascinating development here. Nick, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it. Nick Wadhams, U.S. National Security Reporter for Bloomberg News. He is based in Washington, D.C. And again, the headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal and a significant shift in the story in Ukraine. U.S. to demand Putin accept Ukraine's right to military force. So we'll continue on that reporting throughout the day. Right now, let's get a reset here. We'll go to John Tucker for a Bloomberg Business Flash.
The major stock averages are higher for now. A theme investors seem to have latched onto is the idea that the Fed's going to cut rates sooner than expected to keep the economy from spiraling into recession. Several companies, including Texas Instruments, American Airlines, and PepsiCo, they've lowered their earnings outlooks or withdrawn them altogether because of uncertainty surrounding the tariffs. S&P 500 up 70 right now. The Dow up 256 points. The Nasdaq 100 up 365. Amy Wu Silverman at RBC Capital Markets says more investors have been seeking downside protection.
It's certainly been incredibly tumultuous, and I think that's why even since the beginning of the year, you've seen this dramatic uptick in folks who want to use the options market for protection, buying S&P puts, hedging overall, looking at VIX options.
Walmart doubling down on discounts. The retailer rolling out managers' special signs. They're calling out price cuts on key items across departments. This according to a document seen by Bloomberg. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Isabel Paul.
Hey, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Isabel Lee, she's sitting in for Alex Steele. I am Paul Swing. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube. You can head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find us. I'm looking at just some volatility gauges here today. Of course, we quote the VIX all the time, and it's at 27 and change right here. Anything above 20 kind of gets your attention. Above 30, you're like, uh-oh, something's going on out there. And likely in the fixed income business, you got the MOVE index. That's up 40% just this year, although it is off its highs. But lots of volatility out there, folks. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of angst in the marketplace that's just really crept into the economic discussion really in the last 3 to 4 months as the tariff rhetoric has really escalated coming out of Washington, D.C. I'm going to talk to a pro about how you kind of approach markets with that backdrop. Barry Ritholtz joins us. He's a host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. He talks to so many of the leading business folks and financiers out there with his podcast, The Masters in Business. He's also the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management, so he does this stuff for a living as well. Hey, Barry, how do you just get up every day, you turn on your Bloomberg? How do you approach this stuff with all the volatility that's out there?
So, putting capital at risk in the markets is always about matching a future need, or technically a liability, with present capital. And so if you're saving money for your kids, college, you're putting money into a 529, or your own retirement in 10, 20, 30 years, you just have to remember that we're not stuck thinking about the day-to-day. No one is judging you by your market performance this week, this month, this quarter. And it's when the news flow is this overwhelming, when the amount of headlines and policy changes and, it's really easy to get caught in that maelstrom. It's really useful to just step out of yourself, step out of the moment and say, when do I need this money? Hey, if you need the money in the next 12 to 24 months, well, then you have every right to be concerned about all this volatility. But if you don't need this money and we just had a conversation with an endowment that's perpetual and literally doesn't need the money for forever, then who cares what happens in a random Thursday? It's not meaningful to their long-term performance.
What about, based on the sources that Paul and I have spoken with, and I'm sure many are saying that they're just staying on the sidelines or staying put. But do you think this decision paralysis all this uncertainty will drive the U.S. to a recession?
So, it's funny. I'm a big fan of Torsten Slok. I've had him on the podcast a few times. He started the year 0% chance of recession. All right. Now he's at 95% chance of recession, assuming that we don't walk back these tariff measures, where there's lots of signs where we're seeing that. So there's always, since 1950, we've had a recession just about every quarter.
If we're using recession as negative GDP for 2 consecutive quarters, that's not going to happen. We're not going to be in a real recession. It may seem like a recession, but it's not going to be it's not going to be an economic statistical recession.
Or contracting economy. And by the time we realize we're in a recession, market's already down 15, 25, 30%. It's too late to do anything. And the flip side of that is always so amusing. Markets bottom when the headlines are terrible, right? Just think about how far we're off of the lows here and how bad the headlines were when that happened. Go back to the financial crisis or the pandemic. The headlines are awful. So yeah, recession's coming. There's always a recession coming. But what can you do about it? The fascinating thing to me was that Wall Street so excited when the president was elected because the assumption was, hey, extension of tax cuts, deregulation, business-friendly environment, let's have a party. And instead, when the market said, oh, he's serious about these, really 1930-like Smoot-Hawley tax cuts of 100%, these aren't just negotiating tactics, that first 15% drop in equities, 10% in 2 days, was the market saying, this is going to slow the global economy, this is going to slow U.S. economy, it's going to shave up a couple of percentage points off of GDP, off of corporate revenue, off of profits. We were anticipating a much more robust economic expansion. We're changing our perspective. And ultimately, what we've been seeing happen, this little bit of a recovery we've enjoyed the past week or two, has been, oh, so is he going to walk this back? Should we take him literally? Should we take him seriously? Markets are still trying to wrap their head around it. I never thought I would say this, but thank goodness for Treasury Secretary Bessent. He seems to be the person with Trump's ear who's saying, the stock market and the bond market has voted, and we know Trump really pays attention to the stock market, and you're getting two big thumbs down. If you keep going down this path, you're going to be Herbert Hoover. And I think that's what allowed him to kind of walk back the most radical of the tariffs we've seen.
Yeah, Bessent may end up being kind of like the Gary Cohn of the first Trump administration.
That's exactly who I was thinking of.
Yeah,
so precious to pick that up.
Yep, interesting. All right, Barry, always love getting a few minutes of your time. Really appreciate it. Barry Ritholtz, folks. Masters in Business, a fantastic podcast. I think it's our most popular podcast coming out of all of Bloomberg, so check that out. He always gets great guests talking about the markets and kind of how you should be thinking about things, really gets you thinking. So he's the host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio. He's also got a day job. He's the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. They manage money. And as you probably heard from Barry's comments, and he's been consistent on this, very, very long time horizon. He doesn't get spooked very easily. The market's kind of bouncing back again here today, third day in a row. So we'll take that. The S&P up 70 points. That's 1.3%. The Dow's up 250 points. And the Nasdaq's up 300 points. That's 1.8%. So pretty solid across the board. Even the small cap names, they're up over 1%. The Russell 2000 yields coming in slightly. 10-year Treasury 4.33%. So keep an eye on these markets. More Bloomberg Intelligence coming up in just a moment.
I think the problem with the economists is they're too inconsistent in how they define recession. And it becomes political. And that's the problem with political economics. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. This has no fluoride in it. It whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, reduces inflammation at the gum line, improves your gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're improving your cardiovascular health and your valvular health. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get a few tubes of this toothpaste. It's a very high quality toothpaste. It's a toothpaste that I use every day. Get a few tubes of this for your household. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more on any order, you get a free gift until supplies last. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video and all my videos. All right, let's go to The Hill, talking about Schwab. I guess there was some sort of whistleblower in investing issue.
So last night he used him. Honestly, nothing better than when a guy brings this up. I seriously.
The World Economic Forum has confirmed they're investigating former chairman Klaus Schwab after his seemingly abrupt resignation on Monday.
An anonymous whistleblower sent a letter to the organization and accused Schwab of misusing forum funds and resources. The Wall Street Journal first reported the news.
The letter also criticized the forum's workplace culture and governance. The journal writes it included allegations that Klaus Schwab asked junior employees to withdraw thousands of dollars from ATMs on his behalf and used forum funds to pay for private in-room massages at hotels. How was massages at hotels? This alleges that his wife, Hilda, a former forum employee, scheduled token forum-funded meetings in order to justify luxury holiday travel at the organization's expense.
Schwab and his wife have denied all allegations, and Schwab plans on filing a lawsuit against whomever wrote it. Schwab is a proponent of the Great Reset, which is essentially a reshaping of the world order that involves things like ESG initiatives and stakeholder economies. Swedish journalist Peter Emanuelsson wrote on X, quote, a whistleblower claimed that Klaus Schwab used the World Economic Forum funds to pay for massages at hotels and for luxury holidays. Meanwhile, he was yelling, you eat the bugs and live in a pod to save the environment.
Former Nestle CEO Peter Latneff is now the interim chairman. This is a topic that I know a lot of our viewers are very interested in, very critical. We've been in the past of the World Economic Forum, and kind of I'm suspicious of global governance bodies. Here in America, we have protections for speech and gun rights and other things that are not common in other countries, even in advanced democracies like Europe. So I don't want Europeans coming up with laws that contradict what our important constitution has to say about our rights. So it's very interesting, and the whole live in the pod, eat the bugs. Have you heard it? You have no idea what that is.
I'm like, wait, trying to catch up with live in the pod.
It's been a social media thing. A lot of contrarian people responding to, I think it was a presentation 1 year at the World Economic Forum about how to live sustainably will involve eating insects and being like living in these little pod bubbles, and kind of like we're in an ant hive or something and we're going to eat ant hives. That is kind of concerning and dystopian.
The timing to me is the curious part, right? I think we're innocent until proven guilty, right? You should take whistleblowers seriously and let the investigation play out. But I think this is more about the future and the direction of the World Economic Forum. And so taking the person at the forefront down means a change in direction. And so sometimes those things can go hand in hand and don't have to be, by themselves. And I think that we should be curious about why this is happening now at the same time where our administration and the world has skewed its views and maybe doesn't want, same way you feel, the World Economic Forum making decisions for countries in the way, or bringing leaders together in the way that it has over the past few decades.
Am I missing something by not liking massages very much? Wealthy people are always going to luxury hotels paying for it. It's always massages. I don't get it. That would not be on my top 500, even with like unlimited sums of money.
You skip it.
I want to go to laser tag or something.
Oh man, I get what you're saying. Like it's kind of like you have all this authority and I actually do, but I don't want to be associated in that way with this story. So I just want to be clear about that. But I do think that people have to figure out how to, when you're in a leadership position like that, why is it something always like misusing funds, or like people have all this esteem and can't figure out how to lead or navigate or make smart decisions. That's always blown my mind. But I think
they purport to direct our entire global economy, right? That's what they're mismanaging. I mean, again, it's an accusation.
That's what I said. I want to make sure that it's to understand.
But the accusation is mismanaging the funds of this organization, or an organization that's mission is to shape the world economy, or the policies under which the economy operates. That is, it's like they're guilty of the things they accuse others of.
I think better things happen with conversation. Even the conversation that we're in with the tariffs right now, like Trump has been to the World Economic Forum, so have leaders all over the world. So bringing people together is not a bad thing, right? And so just because there's a leader of the organization doesn't particularly mean that he's waving the baton, telling people what they must and mustn't do. And I think bringing people together in conversation is essential, especially now, more needed than ever, because we're not speaking and we're having one president say this and another president say that, and now we're struggling with finances in our country. So I think conversation is necessary.
That the World Economic Forum is in favor of, like lowering barriers to trade, right? I'm not in favor of tariffs. I want more global trade. I think other countries should get rid of their tariffs as well. Our tariffs were aimed at convincing them to lower their trade barriers. That's a good thing. Free trade and global engagement helps prevent war, helps decrease starvation, helps make our standards of living better and standards of living of people across the globe. So I'm all for more. If the goal of this organization or the role it's facilitating is one of greater economic harmony and cooperation and the removal of regulatory barriers that get in that way, I certainly support that. If it's the increasing of regulatory barriers or saying in order to participate in trade, you have to do XYZ policy, which some progressives want, like, oh, we shouldn't trade with anyone who doesn't have a certain human rights standard. Well, trading with someone, with another country, is how they improve their human rights standard, because then they become wealthier, then they can afford to have more. They become more stable, they become more democratic, the human rights standards improve. You can't jump that middle ground and just say we're not going to engage with people that are still living under somewhat backward conditions. Well, then they're just going to remain in poverty forever. It makes no sense to me.
I think if transparency comes from all of this, whatever the investigation includes, and if we can have people like you and I that can actually see what is happening behind these opaque invite-only meetings with world leaders, I think that that's a good thing, right? So even though he's suing, back with his own lawsuit and saying these are false claims, it's important that if the Americans and the rest of the world get information that now allows them to fully understand what's happening behind closed doors, that's a win for us all.
Up next, trust in the mainstream media is at an all-time low, and who's to blame? We'll talk about it. All right.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver gel. It's a dual purpose product. You can get it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser form. It's very important that you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it. It's dual purpose. For example, you can apply it on your skin every day as a daily skincare routine. If you have a cut, put it on your cut, or a burn, put it on the burn, and it will help to heal it quicker. In addition, if you're not feeling well or you're around people that are not feeling well, guess what? Put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, around your eyes, around your ears, lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. Now, also, you can use it as an aftershave. And like I said earlier in the broadcast, there's a fire that's happening in New Jersey, and depending on the wind pattern, depends on how much of that particulate matter gets into the air in New York. Last night, it was really bad. On the quality index, air quality index, it was at 105 last night from AccuWeather. Now, that's very unhealthy, all right? I was starting to have a problem breathing, and that was indoors. Now, it was a lot worse outside, but indoors. So what did I do? What I did was I put structural nano silver gel, lightly coated my nostrils to help me breathe and to pick up that particulate matter. And I also took lozenges. You can also take the drops that I have on my store. And I took lozenges and created that secretion. So as I'm breathing in the particulate matter that was indoors because of the ventilation system of the building, you're creating a secretion around that particulate matter, and then you're swallowing it and getting it out of your system. And like I said, the gel will help to capture it in the nostril area. Why is that important? It's very important because if you have that particulate matter disturbing your oral pharynx, then what's going to happen is your innate immune system is going to go down. You're going to have irritation at that epithelial lining level, and it makes you more exposed to catching something. So it's really important. If you have an irritation, either because it's cold season or because it's allergy season, or because there is high particulate matter in the air in where you're living, where the air quality is really poor. You want to be taking the structural nanosilver gels and take the lozenges and the drops that I have on my store. Really important to mitigate the problem, all right? Because this type of irritation in the air, and you breathe it in, is going to cause damage to your oropharynx, and it's going to open up the chance of catching something, all right? So you don't want that. You want to maintain that barrier. And so right when you start having that irritation, take the lozenges, the drops, and start using the gel, and lightly coat your nostrils with the gel. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you're living by an area where it's prone for fires, California, and it seems like, states that are bordering Canada, or even if you're in the tri-state area around New York City, guess what? You should be having some structural nanosilver gel, lozenges and drops available. You never know when you need it. And last night, I definitely needed it. Another trick is that you want to take NAC as a supplement to improve your lung health. All right? If you get irritation in your lung, taking NAC will help. Let's check France 24 here. I'm not sure what they have.
You want to learn new data.
Let's see here. All right.
Measures.
Pakistan declares the Indian defense, naval and air advisors in Islamabad persona non grata. They are directed to leave Pakistan immediately.
The statement added that Pakistan is shutting its borders, canceling trade, and closing airspace to Indian-owned or operated airlines. Islamabad also canceled visas for Indian nationals. Relations between the two nuclear powers are at their lowest level in years. Tensions soared after Tuesday's attack when a gunman opened fire on tourists in the Indian.
I'm going to switch the video here on that. Trump's take on the millionaires tax. All right, let's go to Fox Business.
Would you support a millionaire tax?
I think it would be very disruptive because a lot of the millionaires would leave the country. The old days they left states. Now with transportation so quick and so easy, they leave countries. You lose a lot of money if you do that. The other countries that have done it have lost a lot of people. They lose their wealthy people. That would be bad because the wealthy people pay the tax.
President Trump coming out against a Republican plan to raise taxes on millionaires to pay for his low and middle income tax cuts, like no tax on tips, Social Security, or overtime. Joining me now is North Dakota Senator Kevin Cramer. Senator, good morning to you, and thank you for being here. Do you support the plan to raise taxes on millionaires? There's been a lot of controversy on this, many on the right saying this shouldn't be on the table at all.
Well, first of all, Jackie, when the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act were negotiated in 2017, I was a House member then. I remember it very well. Those 7 brackets were negotiated with great, with great diligence, and the numbers mattered a great deal. So if we were to, for example, just ignore the top bracket, the tax on the top earners would go from 37 to like 39.5%. Now, that's not a huge percentage. In terms of dollar amount, it's probably fairly significant. Bracket. But I do know this, that right now, under the current scenario, the top 1% of earners in this country pay 46% of the income taxes. That's a pretty significant number. And yes. I don't know that you'd want to disincentivize that kind of behavior. It's not our system. So I don't want to oversimplify it one way or the other. But I think that we had a good formula in 2017. If we can make that permanent as sort of the baseline going forward, I think we have a pretty good formula to start with.
Well, they always say we don't have a revenue problem, Senator. We've got a spending problem. And certainly when it comes to the House, they're looking for deeper spending cuts than the Senate is. And that seems to be the sticking point on this. Has the Senate been able to make any progress on seeing the side of the issue, which it
How to pay for the tax cuts for the lower income Americans. It will help them a lot. It will boost the economy a lot. And therefore, there are programs that are bloated in this country. DOGE has identified fraud and waste. For example, in Medicare and Medicaid, there are ways to scale back without throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
There's no question, Jackie, the policies matter. And the waste, fraud, and abuse is a policy issue. It's not a spending issue so much as getting rid of it will make a difference. It will make a huge difference in terms of, first of all, discipline, to your point, the spending discipline, finding the cuts that can pay for some of the other things we want to do. But at the same time, I reject the notion that pro-growth tax policy should require cuts. So let's grow the economy, which will grow the revenue. And one of the ways to do that is reduce regulation. Taxes are a regulation. Waste, fraud, and abuse become a bit of a tax in and of themselves on the people that aren't benefiting from the waste, fraud, and abuse. Mm-hmm. The Senate, just to be clear, the Senate is not opposed to and to reforms. The Senate process is different. The Senate rules are different. So we put in floors, not right. ceilings. And if you put in, if you put in a ceiling and don't reach it under the budget reconciliation rules, the whole thing collapses in the Senate. Mm-hmm. So we have to be careful. And the only numbers that really matter in the Senate, the only number that matters is 50. What's the tolerance of 50 votes? And whatever that is, that's going to have to be the threshold. But we have a $1.5 trillion ceiling in the budget reconciliation bill that we passed, the actual budget. Mm. And that, remember also, Jackie, we start with the thing that we did reconcile with the House, and that is the current policy as the baseline. That means that making the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent, it eliminates a $4 trillion tax increase.
Right, that's
if we
huge.
do nothing but that, we've done that. That's pretty huge.
Yeah, I don't dispute that.
So if we can add another $1.5 trillion, that's going to be significant to the economy. But yes, we have to get after it, not in millions or billions, but trillions when it comes to deficit reduction through spending cuts as well.
Senator, several Republican lawmakers have been on this program recently on how they're prioritizing these middle-class tax cuts that we've been talking about. Mm-hmm. They want to keep their options open with respect to how to pay for it. Let's watch.
This is a new Republican Party. Our base, and we're no longer the country club Republicans. We have to understand that our base is now working and middle-class Americans. They're the people that put Trump in office. So anything that we do has to have an eye toward making sure that working families are not getting hit with a tax increase.
The objective here is to have an overall tax bill that addresses the economic needs of the middle class and the vast majority of Americans.
We're looking at everything in the tax code, and we're going to provide a tax code that creates growth. It's pro-small business, pro-family, pro-worker.
The Tax Cut and Jobs Act under President Trump brought it to 37 for those on income levels over $750,000. By bringing it from the 37 as we're redoing the tax plan to perhaps 38.6. Right, it would still be 1% less than it was before. If you were to bring it up at one point, it brings about $15 billion in revenues. So if it did come up to 39, it's almost $25 billion.
Senator, the American people really suffered under the Biden economy. They were struggling with high inflation, costs going up left and right and center. Wages were not able to keep up. These tax cuts would be dramatic when it comes to the middle class in this country and the low income, and as some of the clips point out as well, small business, which is the backbone of the American economy.
Well, for sure. And so to that last point, which is what we were talking about earlier, if the 37% goes to 39.5 or 38.6, that is a tax, a larger tax on the top earners, which is, again, in and of itself may be okay if it creates $15 to $25 billion for further cuts to the middle class or the lower class. Am I open to that? Sure, I'm open to that. But I also don't want to destroy the economy in the process, because those top earners are also the wealth creators. Right. They're not just the wealth earners, they're the wealth creators. And furthermore, remember, one of the aspects, I think genius aspect, frankly, of the 2017 tax cuts, which was really driven by Ron Johnson's insistence in the Senate at that time, is the pass-through rate. And treating and remember, small business is taxed basically based on the income tax rate. And it's the pass-through that's so critical. So you could increase the tax on top earners, but at the same time, that would be increasing the tax on small business. And the policies matter about all of this. Jackie. I know you know that.
It would be a serious problem, and we started with the soundbite of the president saying he was taking it off the table because he understands that that would force high-income earners to flee, and we don't want to see that. Senator Kevin Cramer, thank you, sir. Great to see you this morning.
Great to see you, Jackie. Thank you.
All right. U.S. demand Putin accept Ukrainian right to military force. Okay. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take this stack. It's going to help with your bone density and your cardiovascular health. Let's talk about the bone density first. Take D3. D3 helps to absorb calcium. It has a higher level of absorbing that calcium if you take magnesium in your diet or through a supplement. You can get magnesium on my store through Boomer Boost product, or you can get it through the vitamin C, magnesium, or the magnesium and zinc supplements that I have on my store. But to increase the efficacy of D3, make sure you have magnesium in your diet or in your supplementation. So vitamin D3 helps to absorb calcium. It also is a gene expression cofactor, so that's really important for your cells, and it helps to get cells to go into apoptosis. Also, take it with K2, and that will help to absorb that calcium. Do resistance training and do these exercises where you're creating vibration through your leg, into your hip, and into your spine by doing calf lifts. So you just make sure you're barefoot on a hard floor and just do that 50 times each day and have that heel come down and you have that vibration coming through your leg, not too hard, but not too soft. And you just have that minor vibration coming up through your leg into your hip and your pelvis and then up through your spine, up through your spinal cord. And what's going to happen is that resistance training and vibration is going to help with bone density. It's going to help to signal your body to deposit more bone. Make sure you take in calcium either through milk or through a calcium supplement. Now, take D3, take K2, MK7 molecule, take in calcium, do the resistance training and the vibration exercises, and then over time, you're going to build bone density. Make sure you have magnesium in your diet also. So please go to my store and take this stack to help with your bone density. Also, to help with your cardiovascular health, you can take D3 and K2, and it's going to help pull out some of that calcium around plaque buildup in your vascular system and reduce further plaque buildup in your vascular system. So that's an important feature to the stack. Now, natto kinase will help with that cardiovascular stack by being a supplement that helps break up clots. It's fibrinolytic, and it'll help to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Really important. When you do that, you're reducing the chances of further plaque buildup. So take the natto kinase, the K2 and the D3 together to help with your vascular health. But this will also help by taking the K2, D3 and doing the resistance training and taking in calcium. You're actually building bone density. So that's a great stack. It's targeting two different systems, vascular and bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Click the link that's in the description, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and purchase the great products that I offer.
Things from 2009 to today, we've really not had a downturn. The March 2020 downturn was very short, and so in the grand sweep of things, people are conditioned to buy the dip.
Yes, right. How about that? But I think, a lot of people have made the point that if it wasn't tariffs, it was something else, and something had to pop this balloon for a minute. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, I looked at some of the data. A lot of times when you look at people rushing out of the markets, a lot of that is because there is a sense of rotation into things like Walmart, which is a consumer staple. That's a very safe stock. So I took a look at Walmart. Walmart's trading at 38 times earnings, which is incredibly high. And then I asked myself, why is that? I looked back at where Walmart was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, even 15 years ago. And what I found is that over that entire period, what we've seen is a huge increase, not just in Walmart, but throughout the entire U.S. equity markets, of what you're paying for an individual stock, the amount of earnings that you pay and the price that you pay for the stock. And that's not sustainable.
Okay, and there are a lot of Walmarts out there when it comes to at least valuation concerns. Does that mean that there's nowhere defensive other than gold or Bitcoin? Those are the two outperforming sectors right now.
Yeah, I mean, it means that when you look for a place to hide, and if you're hiding in Walmart, you're hiding something that's very expensive.
Sure.
Consumer staples are not cheap. And so if you really want a place to hide, if these tariffs that we were just talking about with Kendall go down, then really you're there's no place to hide, and that means that the market actually is going to be more susceptible to falling aggressively.
Sure.
If these tariffs end in a recession.
I want to just make a quick note to our listeners and viewers that we might be invited back into the West Wing here in just a moment as the Norwegian Prime Minister sits down with President Trump. They are apparently gathering the pool here for some kind of a conversation. We knew they had lunch planned. They're going to have a bilateral. Tariffs are on the menu here, as we've discussed, among other issues. Edward, it does make you wonder, if all the tariffs went poof tomorrow, if we woke up and it was one horrible nightmare and we can't believe that we're back to reality, what would the market do after the volatility we've experienced the last couple of weeks?
I think the market would rally for sure. Yeah. There's still a so-called sell America trade that's there. That's right. Because ultimately, I think what we've seen is that the dissonance from previous administrations of this particular administration on a lot of issues has been so great that a lot of America's allies are saying, look, if the United States is going to have this kind of volatility in their policies, we need to start to look elsewhere, just to cover our bases. And I think that's going to be the same thing in markets as well.
That rotation that you talked about, though, not only just into maybe defensive plays here in the U.S., people are having trouble finding a lot of them, so they're going abroad. What does that mean for Europe? What does that mean for China? And does that money come back?
Even if there's a global recession, it means somewhat more outperformance there. It was interesting that the Goldman Sachs chief economist, Jan Hatzius, said the dollar is actually overvalued, at 2 standard deviations of overvaluation relative to where it should be. And so when you think about all these things happening as the tariffs play out, the dollar is going to be a very big part of that. And obviously, if the dollar's falling, if you're a foreigner, that means that you are going to be losing even more money in the market, and that's going to make people want to, underweight U.S. assets going forward.
So there's a push and pull here, I guess, when you consider all of the factors that you just talked about. A lot of investors want to bet on a better second half. We get through all this tariff business, and we can start to have more confidence in the markets. But odds are rising on a recession in the second half of the year. So who wins that game of chicken, and what would that mean for the market?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Buy into the market slowly. Accumulate shares in a broad index like the S&P 500, Russell 2000, something like that. Just slowly purchase shares in an ETF that's tied to a broad index, and you'll do fine. All right? You'll do fine. Don't be fearful.
That means that there's going to be an air pocket in the back half of the year, potentially, and that is the risk, not just the economy in its steady state, but the air pocket from a front loading of people's consumption.
Doing a great job on this newsletter. I hope you're having fun with it. the Everything Risk newsletter. Edward Harrison, find him on the terminal, find him online. It's great to have your analysis. Don't be a stranger. We've got a lot more to talk about with Edward because we haven't figured out this tariff situation yet. I don't know if this meeting at the White House might help, but Donald Trump is sitting down with the Prime Minister of Norway. Let's bring you into that meeting right now. They're about to have lunch together. They've brought reporters into the room. This is live on Bloomberg.
Doing a fantastic job and truly respected throughout the world as a leader. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And we're going to be having a meeting in the Oval Office in a little while where you'll be invited back and you can ask some questions. It's also a pleasure to have my friend who did such a good job at NATO, my great friend, right? So you really did. We started off, they had no money and they ended up having a lot of money after we said, you gotta pay up. But you did a fantastic job and thank you very much. And I'm glad you're here. Glad we meet each other again and under these circumstances. So we'll be meeting in a little while at the Oval Office, and if you have maybe one or two questions, we'll do it now. And after that, we'll go to the Oval.
Mr. President, on Russia, do you still believe that Putin is serious about peace, given the events overnight in Ukraine? And if that bombing doesn't end, are you considering new sanctions on Russia?
So we are thinking that very strongly that they both want peace, but they have to get to the table. We're waiting a long time. They have to get them to the table, and I think we're going to get peace. We want to save 5,000 young people. I used to say 2,500. I now say 5,000. We have, Mr. Prime Minister, we have about 5,000 young people a week that are dying in that ridiculous war. And, I started out because I didn't like all the money that we were paying, and then I realized how many people were dying. And that's by far the more important element right now. I'm saying we can save thousands of people. I don't like that it takes long at all, but I think they both want to make peace. I do believe so. There's a lot of hatred there. There's a lot of very bad blood, a lot of distrust. But I think I hope we're going to get there for the sake of a lot of young people that are dying.
Mr. President, do you have a deadline for when the party?
I have my own deadline. And we want it to be fast. And the Prime Minister is helping us. He wants it to be fast too. And I think everybody in this, at this time in NATO, they want to see this thing happen. So we have a deadline, and after that, we're going to have a very much different attitude. But I think that has a very good chance of getting done.
Where in Norway do you prove that they're an important ally to the US? But in Norway,
just keep doing what they're doing. We have a very good relationship with Norway. Great leader, great people. I know many of the people in Norway, and it's truly it's an incredible country. So all they have to do is keep doing what they're doing. I think is probably the best answer I can give you.
The former Secretary General of NATO is here, Stoltenberg. How important is the NATO defense alliance, Mr. President? Is it sacrosanct from your perspective?
Well, it's a very interesting question. It's certainly very important for Europe, and I think without us, it wouldn't be as nearly as powerful. And as the former Secretary General, who did a great job, can tell you, I played when I was there a very big role in making sure that NATO is funded by the 28, at that time they had 28 countries, including us, because many of the countries weren't paid, and they ended up being paid, you would say, and the Secretary General was very nice about it, as far as I was concerned. Other presidents went in, they made a speech and they left, and that kept going on, and in the meantime, they had no money. And the United States was paying far more than its fair share. You could say that they were paying, I actually said sometimes it looked like 100%, and it was unfair. And the two of us worked very well together, and we took care of the situation. Yeah, please go.
Statistics are showing that the U.S. actually has a trade surplus with Norway. Are you going to be looking into that and see which of the countries are actually in a trade surplus?
Yeah, well, with the United States, almost everybody has a surplus. It's really it's an amazing phenomenon. Now, there's a surplus of $2 billion, I think you have with that. I congratulate you. That's very good. We're going to get a little bit of that for ourselves, maybe, but they do have a surplus. Norway has a surplus.
In the current tariff situation, analysts have pointed out that the U.S. actually need allies. Do you consider Norway as a possible ally in this situation?
I think Norway's always been an ally. They've been somebody we've been very close to, very friendly with. Maybe more so now with me than other people, but I think Norway's always been a great ally, yeah. It's always been a friend.
That's a very strange question, actually, because the US is our lead ally, and we build on a relationship which we will talk about now, Mr. President. Yeah. It's of high relevance, and I'm very happy that we have Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense. So this is a very strong tie.
But it was a question about ally in the tariff situation specifically.
Tariff situation?
Yes.
Well, that's we're talking about a little bit different subject than we're talking about a different type of ally. No, in this case, he would be very much inclined to be an ally of Norway because he wants to make the best business deal possible in Norway. And the Norwegians are great business people. They're great traders. They're great, very smart nation, very well-managed nation, has been for a long time, and in particular now with this leadership. But we'll be talking about trade and other things, and I think we're going to come to a conclusion very quickly.
Mr. President, I was wondering whether you think that Donald Trump points deserves to be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, I salute President Trump for having been taking very important initiatives to get this conflict towards an end, which both parties deserve. We need to have a ceasefire, save lives, and move towards something which is more secure for Europe, for the people concerned. And that, on that we work together. And I look forward to going into some details because we are at a critical moment. On that price, that is a committee taking care of that, which is completely working on its own terms, and I cannot comment on that.
Thank you very much for that question. I like that question. Yeah, please.
A question on China. Can you clarify with the U.S. is speaking with China? They're saying it's fake news and fake up for happening.
Well, they had a meeting this morning, so I can't tell you. It doesn't matter who they is. We may reveal it later, but they have meetings this morning, and we've been meeting with China. And so I think you have, Jeff, as usual, I think you have your reporting wrong. Thank you very much. We'll see you. We'll see you inside. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. It's time for lunch. Live from the White House, the president there sitting next to his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, across the table from the Prime Minister of Norway, who is in town for meetings today. They're going to have a bilateral in the Oval Office. Probably about an hour from now, we'll walk into the Oval together and bring you into that conversation.
All right, that is important because right now the S&P 500 is trading at 5,460. If Trump says things that are market positive during that news event in the Oval Office after their lunch, if he doesn't say anything that's market negative, then you probably will see an additional rally in the market today and translate into a rally in the Asian market. But it really depends. I'll tell you, I've only seen a situation like this once before, and it was during Lehman. Every time Bernanke talked, Bernanke was running the Federal Reserve at the time during the whole Lehman crisis and the aftershock of it. Every time he talked, the market would tank. So, sometimes when Trump speaks, he says something and investors have a knee-jerk reaction and they hit the sell button, all right? So anything can happen, but if he stays positive, market positive, you're going to see this rally translate into the Asian session tonight.
Russia are suddenly emerging. According to Bloomberg, persons familiar, the U.S. will demand Russia accept Ukraine's right to have its own army and defense industry. This may be a non-starter for Moscow, as Vladimir Putin has made it clear. Remember, before the invasion even happened, it was about the demilitarization of Ukraine. So where are we? As Steve Witkoff prepares to pack his bags for Moscow, we're joined by Ben Jensen, a new voice on the program, and looking forward to the conversation with Ben, director of the Futures Lab and senior fellow with the Defense and Security Department at CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Ben, it's great to have you. I'm fascinated by this new wrinkle here because this has really seemed like a negotiation that favored Russia until now. Does this move the needle? And will this meeting with Norway help us get any closer to peace?
So great question. Thank you for having me. I would say we don't know what will move the needle yet because we're in the middle of a complex negotiation process that doesn't lend itself necessarily to social media hot takes, whether it's by our own political leaders or quick comments in nightly addresses by Ukraine. Historically, negotiations take time and they take discretion. And so you're seeing a real tension play out, and each side is using a mix of private communication, direct private messages through intermediaries and also directly, as well as these public claims to try to gain a position of leverage. And so I think we're starting to see now that actually behind the scenes, Trump's team has been putting pressure on Moscow. I know sometimes from the outside it doesn't look like that, but this is the first sign that there has been pressure put on Moscow to accept some type of concession. So it's the mix of carrots and sticks that are really going to matter. And you can't have all the carrots and sticks publicly revealed or people start to maneuver around them. So does it move the needle? Maybe. But I think more importantly, what it reminds us of is that not everything is as it appears from the outside.
Yeah, isn't that always the case? Well, Vladimir Putin certainly isn't waiting around. As you heard me mention, the attacks on Kyiv, missiles and drones were horrifying. The images are horrifying, and I'm guessing that President Trump saw them in his daily briefing today. He took to Truth Social, pretty quick post, at least for Donald Trump. It says, "I am not happy with the Russian strikes on Kyiv." If you're with us on YouTube, you see the post. "Not necessary and very bad timing," he writes. "Vladimir, stop!" Exclamation point. 5,000 soldiers a week are dying. Let's get the peace deal done! Exclamation point. Pretty interesting. Vladimir, stop. Ben, will he?
No. In fact, I would direct you and your viewers and listeners to check out our Firepower Strike Tracker at CSIS. So for over a year now, we've actually been scraping statistics to analyze how Russia uses a mix of long-range drones, the Shahed, as well as ballistic missiles and cruise missiles to effectively negotiate by fire, to use a punishment strategy as a way of gaining strategic leverage over President Zelensky through trying to kill as many Ukrainian civilians as possible. This is completely counterintuitive to most of the ways we've talked about war in the 21st century, but it shows us that war remains not only a continuation of politics, but ultimately tragic and brutal. And so what Putin did is not necessarily any different than what he's done. What you're seeing is that Ukraine is at a critical point because Russia is actually getting more sophisticated in its targeting, better able to integrate satellite intelligence, better to integrate cyber intelligence, and now increasingly being able to direct a complex mix of ballistic cruise missiles and then more sophisticated Shaheds that resist Ukrainian electronic warfare. And if you check out that Firepower Strike Tracker, we detail with all the statistics. We actually break down and do the analysis to show that when you mix the different types of attacks and you concentrate them in a geographic space, so I mix ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones just on the capital, it's going to lower the probability that Ukraine can intercept them. And it's going to actually begin to really wage this punishment strategy into a brutal war of attrition, like we've already seen. So it might have seemed like it was audacious, it was bad timing, but this is central to Russia's strategy. They can't win on the battlefield. They're throwing their own young men, literally what the Ukrainians call them as meat assaults, at front lines where they're killed by drones. And so their bid for success when they can't win with this 21st century version of trench warfare is to try to bomb the Ukrainians into submission. It's utterly brutal, and our president is right to take the stance he did.
This is incredible, Ben, terrifying as you describe this. I'm looking right now. You got to check this out, guys. Go Google it. As Ben mentioned here, Russian Firepower Strike Tracker, analyzing missile attacks in Ukraine. This is great work from the Futures Lab at CSIS. Ben, that would suggest that the closer we get to peace, the more violent this conflict will be.
I think you're absolutely right. And in fact, that's something for your viewers and listeners to really take into consideration. There is a tendency now moving from the political and strategic level down to the operational for each side to take more risk and gambles to seek territorial concessions or some kind of additional. Basically, everyone's competing to get new chips before they head to the poker table called these negotiations. So I think you're not just going to see Russia increase these kind of highly concentrated firepower strikes. You're going to see them continue to sacrifice the lives of future Russian generations. You are also going to see them beg, borrow, and steal from North Korea, China, and Iran to build up their arsenal of authoritarianism. But at the same time, on the other side, you're also probably going to see the Ukrainians pull off some pretty daring raids and long-range strikes. And the Ukrainians have been utterly ingenious throughout this war. Remember, this is a country that entered the conflict with 5 drone companies and now has over 500. And they produce thousands of FPVs, first-person view drones, all the way up to long-range, low-cost cruise missiles daily. So you're, I think, going to see not just Russia increasingly try to punish the Ukrainian people. I would expect to see more long-range Ukrainian raids. So in the last week alone, you've had a Ukrainian strike on Russian strategic bomber bases, and also a Ukrainian long-range strike on a major ammunition depot. So I think we're going to also see the Ukrainians trying to get those poker chips for the negotiation table as well.
Well, all right, Ben, I want to ask you about Crimea specifically, and I want to bring you back to this post that Donald Trump made yesterday on Truth Social. I'm sure you saw it. Ukrainian President Zelensky, he writes, is boasting on the front page of the Wall Street Journal that Ukraine will not legally recognize the occupation of Crimea. Donald Trump goes on to write, this statement is very harmful to the peace negotiations with Russia in that Crimea was lost years ago under the auspices of President Barack Hussein Obama and is not even a point of discussion. He goes on to say that if he wants Crimea, why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired? That's a bit of revisionist history if you were paying attention to things then. The press secretary at the White House, Caroline Leavitt, picked it up from there in the White House driveway yesterday. Ben, here's what she said.
Well, as President Trump rightfully pointed out in that statement, it was President Obama who gave up Crimea, who allowed Russia to take it over in 2014. And so the president is not asking Ukraine to recognize Crimea. Nobody has asked them to do that. What he is asking is for people to come to the negotiating table recognizing that this has been a brutal war for far too long. And in order to make a good deal, both sides have to walk away a little bit unhappy.
Ben, you don't have to wade into the Obama stuff, but aren't we asking Ukraine to acknowledge Crimea as Russian territory? And what would happen to those Russian sub-bases if, in fact, Crimea went back to Kyiv?
So I think what you're seeing in all of this, if rhetoric and reality have not aligned for some time in American politics. So I think the president's trying to make the point that he wants them to negotiate. The challenge, and this is where the details matter, is if you look at Article 2 of the Ukrainian Constitution, and we're Americans, so constitutions matter to us, our own constitution matters, and we know that other countries also guarantee rights to their citizen, natural rights, through structures like constitutions. Article 2 of the Ukrainian Constitution makes it impossible for President Zelensky to recognize Crimea as part of Russia. And the Ukrainians, frankly, did fight for it. They fought for a long time. It's just that Russia, through a manipulation of the law of armed conflict, used little green men to seize it. And frankly, there were a lot of Russian pensioners in Crimea and large Russian naval bases making it easier. So what you have right now is a very interesting situation where the president is just doing what he does. He really likes to turn up the rhetoric. He likes to say things that grab our attention, and he's frankly successful at it, and pull us in a way that he can try to pressure both Ukraine and Russia to try to negotiate to achieve this objective, which in a larger strategic sense means that the United States can focus on the ongoing Iran negotiations and also focus more on China. But in the meantime, what's happening is it's unsettling some of the larger complexities of any peace deal. So Crimea is going to be hard for the Ukrainians to win back militarily, and it's definitely going to be something the Russians will resist giving at the negotiation table, owing exactly to what you put out. Crimea is key maritime terrain. And not only is it key maritime terrain, Russia actually still maintains large space infrastructure there for communicating with its satellite constellation. So Crimea is important both from a maritime and a space standpoint, but also increasingly a symbolic standpoint. So it's hard to see that Russia's really going to be willing to negotiate with it, and it's hard to imagine, short of a catastrophic collapse of the Russian military along the front line, that Ukraine can take it by military force, which means we're left with a very difficult reality. Ukraine cannot cede Crimea until it adjusts its own constitution. It can't do constitutional referendums under martial law in the middle of the war. So there's really a coordination challenge involved with these negotiations about what has to move first. Can you have elections in Ukraine? Can you put those things up? And it also is a reminder to us that no matter what we hear on Truth Social or what Zelensky says in a nightly address, this process is going to take months, if not years, to play out. And the details are what will matter. The technical details are what drives negotiations at the end.
Really fascinating. You know what I love, Ben, is someone who knows what they're talking about. I'm really glad that you could come to share your expertise with us, and I hope you stay close because this is a story developing before our eyes. Benjamin Jensen, Director of the Futures Lab, Senior Fellow Defense Security Department at CSIS. Let me know when you're ready to host the show. That was fascinating. A clinic with Ben Jensen. These are the kind of conversations we try to bring you every day here on the fastest show in politics, only on Bloomberg. Now we're going to assemble our panel next. Speaking of only on Bloomberg, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. But first, we want to check Wall Street. Markets feeling pretty good today, all over again. Charlie Pellet has that in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Joe Matthew. And let me qualify, feeling pretty good. We are at the highest on the S&P since April 2nd. Moments ago, we had the Dow Jones Industrial Average retaking the 40,000 threshold. Big round number. Right now, 39,995 on the Dow. Up 384, that is a gain of 1%. S&P up 88, higher by 1.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 362, an advance there of 2.1%. Stocks are climbing amid Fed rate cut hopes. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.30%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.79%. Gold now up $37 the ounce, up 1.1%, $33.25 on the precious metal. West Texas Intermediate crude back with a 62 handle, 62.73, up now by 0.8%. And Bitcoin just about flat on the day at 93,619. Weekly jobless claims continue to hold near historic lows, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Giudice.
Additional claims edged higher last week, rising by 6,000 to 222,000. They've been relatively subdued amid uncertainty about tariffs and the U.S. economic outlook. And the prior report initial jobless claims dipped to the lowest since early February. The Labor Department data also showed the total number of people on unemployment edged lower. Benito Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Earnings news, Texas Instruments now up by 6.8%. IBM, after last night's report, down now by 7%. Chipotle Mexican Grill up 0.8%. Of course, the big earnings events after the close of trading today. We'll be hearing from Alphabet, the parent of Google, and Intel. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, thank you, sir. Watching Wall Street for us every day on the fastest show in politics. Mr. Pellet, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. Glad you're with us here on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio channel 121, and on YouTube. With our eyes on the White House, we're going to go back there shortly for a bilateral meeting with President Trump and the Prime Minister of Norway. You might think you just saw that. That was actually the beginning of their luncheon. Prime Minister arrived a short time ago. They're going to break bread, and then they'll be in the Oval Office with reporters a bit later on. Ukraine is a major story that we're following here today, as it is the top agenda item in this conversation. Jens Stoltenberg is also in the room, the former NATO Secretary General. As we consider the polls this morning that are making the rounds, you might have heard about some of these yesterday. Reuters Ipsos, 37% of Americans approve of Donald Trump's handling of the economy. Pew Research, Donald Trump's overall approval rating falling to 14% in the first 100 days. Confidence in his economic leadership dropping to 45%. Gallup's got ugly numbers. And you know who else does? Fox News. Fox News polled first 100 days of President Trump's second term, and it doesn't look great. He receives the best marks on border security, the only issue where his ratings are in positive territory. His worst are on inflation. Only 33% approve, 59% disapprove. Tariffs, pretty similar, 33% disapprove. Foreign policy, 40%. Taxes and guns, none of these are looking good. And so maybe we shouldn't have been surprised this morning on Truth Social when Donald Trump started writing. This is only 2 hours ago. Rupert Murdoch, he says, has told me for years he's going to get rid of his Fox News, Trump-hating, fake pollster, but he has never done so. This pollster, in quotes, has gotten me and MAGA wrong for years, he says, while he's at it should start making changes at the China-loving Wall Street Journal. Not a fan of the paper either. This is where we start with our panel, both experts on polling. Rick Davis is with me here at the table in Washington, our Republican strategist partner at Stone Court Capital, Jeannie Shanzano in New York, political science professor at Iona University, our Democratic analyst. What do you think, Rick? Is Fox about to get a new pollster? And what does this tell us about the first 100 days of this president?
Well, if he doesn't like the Fox pollster, he doesn't like any pollsters, because as you pointed out, they're all basically saying the same thing, which is save for border security, which is basically incursions have all been dried up under the Trump administration. Nobody's coming across the border illegally. Everything else is a dismal failure. I mean, negative 26% on inflation. Yeah. This is what he campaigned on. I'm going to bring those costs down. I mean, economy, he won on the economy, and now negative 16% on that rating. I mean, it's really, really bad news. And you can only make the assumption that, this first 100 days, unless there's a significant change in what's happening, it could portend really poorly for these midterm elections. I mean, we're a long way away. Nobody's voting today. But if you're, after the first 100 days, these numbers are all worse than his first 100 days in 2017. Wow. So, look what happened in the midterms in 2017. We have a model to work from.
That's right. Democrats are loving this. Jeannie, I don't know your thoughts on these numbers, because Donald Trump said yesterday in the Oval Office he had a 92% approval rating, I believe. Is that not true?
I'm not sure where the 92% is coming from. To Rick's point, this is pretty consistent across most pollsters, and you look at the Real Clear Politics average, which I always like to look at averages, and he is underwater, and it's stunning that he is performing worse than he was in his first term at this point. And the problem for Donald Trump is the first 100 days are as good as it's going to get for the modern president. And so it's not going to look up here. I'm sorry to tell him. And, the reality of all of this is all of his own making. He hasn't had a crisis.
This is where she gets it wrong all the time. The moment that you actually have a market that's at all-time highs, which is going to be probably at the end of the year, all right, people are going to have a totally different opinion about the economy. And in terms of inflation, the inflation isn't because of Trump. The inflation is because the Federal Reserve cut rates too early in 2024.
But all of this is of his own doing. It's as if he can't halt himself or stop himself from his worst instincts. And I think number one that's going to go down in the record books is his adherence to a discredited economic policy that even a sixth grader could have told you since the Great Depression was not a good idea. And he has followed it right down the path. And this is where he ends up. I quite frankly think the numbers, he should be pretty happy. They're better than they probably should be, given how quickly he has dismantled the economy.
Geez, I don't think anyone's there to tell him that, Jeannie. Cece's, by the way, keeping us honest here. That 92% approval rating was on veteran services, and it was still not correct. So, Rick, I guess the question is here: is it the cadence, or is it in fact the issues that he's tackled? If Donald Trump was in there signing EOs every day, keeping the media running, but it was actually about lowering prices, would we be having a different conversation?
Look, I mean, I think that part of it is the rhetoric and part of it is the impact, right? I mean, we know that there hasn't been substantial increases in inflation, as these numbers might actually indicate, but there also has not been substantial decreases. And even though Donald Trump likes to talk about the price of gas coming down, eggs, he's just not making that case. And by the way, he's drowning out all that noise, all that message with the noise around tariffs, the noise around attacks of people, the negotiations on Ukraine. I mean, like we've talked about this a lot during the campaign season. He's not getting any points for trying to solve the Ukraine-Russian war, right? Right thing to do. Voters aren't going to give him credit for it. And I think the one thing that Fox poll really indicated was that people have a very dim view of the future. It's not just where they are today, but overwhelmingly the economy is getting worse, 55%. Trump policies are in the long run are going to be bad, negative 11%. I mean, like, it's a dismal future to most of these voters. And you see that in the consumer data. Michigan Consumer Sentiment, best poll in America, same thing. People don't see this getting better.
And Jeannie, that's not just Democrats in this case. And of course, we're hearing on a daily basis from pretty smart economists at major firms who we hear from on the regular here on networks like Bloomberg, and they're increasing their odds for a recession. If we find ourselves in one in, say, the second half of the year, maybe by the end of the second quarter, what happens to these numbers?
They're going to continue to get worse because what we've seen so far is almost at every step, experts in particular fields, whether it's economists on the economy, whether it's legal experts on what he's doing with the courts or in education, the experts in those areas are telling him to stop. They are saying he's moving in the wrong direction. And the public is always going to be a little slower. We're a little slower to catch up with that. And it's a little slower to be reflected in the public opinion polls. But that is what's going to happen eventually if he doesn't stop. And, I think we've seen this week, Susie Wiles and others trying to tamp down a little bit. You notice they have sort of tried to get him not to talk until the markets are closed when he sort of goes rambling. They're trying to contain it. But if he keeps barreling down these paths, the numbers in these polls and consumer sentiment and everything else are just going to continue to get worse. And so, the big question is, who's there in the White House to stop him? It doesn't seem like a lot of people. Bessent seems to have stepped up. The CEOs have come in, but he feels unshackled in this second term, and he is committed to these ideas, and he is moving down a path with no thought of the impact either on himself politically as a self-interested person or the American public or the world economy, quite frankly.
Rick, you mentioned Ukraine. Is there any recourse? We're going to be talking a lot more about the prospect for peace in our next hour as the president meets with the prime minister of Norway. Is there any recourse to promising over and over to be able to solve this on day one and reach 100 days with no real plan in sight? Or did no one actually believe that to be?
No, I think that it, first of all, everyone sort of takes that kind of thing with a grain of salt.
They do, right?
It's hyperbole for him, right? He even claims it's hyperbole. And so you can't really tell the difference between what he's, sort of preaching about and what he actually believes. But it does have an impact. In this Fox poll, they asked about, do you think that the administration is competent? And 52% says they're not. Well, you don't want the majority of America thinking, forget if you're even trying to do the right thing, you're not competent enough to implement it. And so that is a very, very troubling number, because we all remember when Joe Biden, at this stage of his presidency, all of his numbers were significantly better than these. But he tried to withdraw from Afghanistan on the short run, and it was a disaster, and people made a decision that he was running an incompetent government. And everything since then in his administration was bad, and he couldn't dig out of it because you couldn't convince people that you were competent. If that happens to Donald Trump, no matter what he does, it's going to be seen as incompetent through that lens.
Are you surprised that Pete Hegseth still has a job with that said?
Look, I mean, Donald Trump is, known for his quick trigger finger in firing people. He made a whole living out of a show where he did it.
Fair enough.
And so, I think people think there's no upside. I mean, it's not like he's got such stellar credentials that he brings confidence to the world community on the security business. And so what's the point of this? It was an experiment. It failed. Okay, move on.
Standing by his man from everything we can tell. But we also aren't done with the week. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our panel here on Balance of Power, will be back, as I mentioned, in our second hour. There they are on YouTube. Search Bloomberg Business News Live if you want to hang out with our panel. And we're going to bring you back to the West Wing coming up.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the resveratrol. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It helps with youthful gene expression. It helps get rid of cells that are in senescence. It soaks up free radicals because it's an antioxidant. It helps the health of the mitochondria. When you have better mitochondrial health, you'll have more ATP. Take resveratrol every day as part of your anti-aging protocol. It stacks really well with C60, NAD+, ubiquinol, clarity factor. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get resveratrol. Now, let me talk about a stack that will help neural health, all right? Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can purchase. You can't get anything better than this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and take ubiquinol. It's an antioxidant, so it's going to soak up free radicals. It's synergistic with resveratrol. It will help with the health of the mitochondria. You'll have more energy, and ubiquinol helps to support your neurons. It's neuroprotective. Take this every day, especially if you're 40 years of age or older. Very important to protect your neurons. But you'll get benefits from taking ubiquinol with your other tissues in your body. And NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels. NAD+ will help to increase your energy, help to repair DNA damage, cellular DNA and mitochondrial DNA, and protect your neurons. So you're 40 years of age or older, take ubiquinol and NAD+ together to get the max benefits. You can take them separately, but taking them together is very beneficial for you. And to add to the stack, taking the resveratrol. This is a great stack, NAD+, ubiquinol, and resveratrol. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. You spend $150 or more on any order, you get a free gift until supplies last. Let me do a market update here. So the S&P 500 is trading at 5,474. VIX index is trading at 27.39. Euro USD is trading at 1.13. Oil is trading at $62.88 a barrel for WTI. BITO is trading at 20.35. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 142.65. We want to see the VIX index in the low 20s or even below 20. But that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. And we definitely do not want the Japanese yen to go below 140. So as long as Trump doesn't say something stupid today in the Oval Office, we should have a decent market rally today in equities, and it should translate into the Asian market tonight.
This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Thursday edition with the Norwegians in town. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Norway's Prime Minister arrives at the White House to meet with President Trump, with Ukraine on the agenda. Alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington, I'm Joe Matthew. Thanks for joining us here on the early edition of Balance of Power. Bloomberg now reporting, Kaylee, new conditions for peace that the U.S. is putting on Russia we haven't heard about until now.
Yeah, our first real insight into concessions being asked of the Kremlin, which specifically, according to our reporting, is that they would have to accept Ukraine having its own military and defense industry in any kind of peace deal, which would mean Vladimir Putin does not achieve one of his stated objectives of this war, which is the demilitarization of Ukraine. So unclear whether or not he would agree to this. It's probably going to be up to Steve Witkoff to relay this to him if he visits Moscow expected tomorrow.
That'll be quite a conversation to be a fly on the wall. Those tend to go on for hours based on the meetings that they had. But you're right, in the early stages, before the actual invasion, Vladimir Putin talked about denazification and demilitarization. We're apparently taking these off the table here. The first one wasn't real to begin with, which could be a non-starter for Moscow, just like giving up Crimea would be for Kyiv.
Yep, and Vladimir Zelensky, has made that clear, something President Trump wasn't necessarily happy with. And of course, we may get more conversation around the war in Ukraine this hour, as the press is expected to be led into the Oval Office as President Trump meets with the Prime Minister of Norway, and not just, of course, Norway's Prime Minister, but Finance Minister as well, who happens to be the former Secretary General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg.
He spent a little bit of time in that room. We're also asking questions about tariffs still, with some confusion over China, the impact tariffs will have on the lowest served communities in this country. Part of the conversation we're going to have with John O'Brien, Operation Hope Chair, CEO and founder, will join us live from Atlanta later on this hour.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. First, though, as always, we got to check on the markets, and Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee and Joe. We got a lot going on with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ are all advancing. The big event coming up after the close of trading could very much set the tone for more tech earnings to come. We'll be hearing from Alphabet, parent of Google, that stock higher right now. Also higher Intel, which reports after the bell as well. Complete coverage on Bloomberg Television and Radio. Equity markets pushing higher, with the Dow retaking the 40,000 mark. 40,033 right now on the Dow Industrials. We'll start there, up 426 now, up by 1.1%. S&P up 93, keeping it all in context, up 1.7%. NASDAQ up 372, up by 2.2%. Broad-based rally with the Russell 2000 index up by 1.7%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index ahead of tech earnings up by 2.1%. Your 10-year 4.30%, with a 2-year 3.79%. Gold up 1.3%, 33.31 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude 62.74 a barrel, up 0.7%, and Bitcoin now lower by 0.3%, 93,373 on Bitcoin. Again, Alphabet and Intel after the close of trading reacting to earnings last night. We've got IBM shares down 6.8%. And Texas Instruments after earnings surging now by 7%. Lots going on. We got you covered. Back we go to Washington. This balance of power continues. And your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Lots going on indeed. Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, as always, for keeping an eye on the markets. As we're keeping an eye on the White House, we expect that President Trump and the Prime Minister and Finance Minister of Norway will emerge from behind closed doors, head to the Oval Office after their bilateral lunch meeting, and let the press back in for more questions and more answers. Probably a lot of them focused on issues of trade and, of course, the ongoing war in Ukraine. As we already heard at the beginning of their lunch meeting, when press was let in momentarily from President Trump, that he does believe Ukraine and Russia would like to reach a peace deal, but he says they need to get to the table.
They need to get to the table, and it's coming hours after a deadly and just terrifying attack, drone and missile attack against Kyiv last night. Russia claiming 9 lives, more than 60 wounded. And of course, President Zelensky is perplexed by some of the concessions that he's heard about. We're now talking about concessions for Russia. This is the backdrop of this meeting today in the Oval Office that we will witness together coming up a bit later this hour. And it's where we start this hour with Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall on the North Lawn of the White House. Tyler?
Yeah, hey, Joe. It appears that President Trump is trying to ramp up the pressure here earlier, saying that he has his own deadline when it comes to when he wants to see Ukraine and Russia agree on a deal. He didn't elaborate further, besides saying that he would like to see a deal done fast. Of course, defense cooperation amid the ongoing war is going to be a top discussion today, because he mentioned it at the top there. It's not just Norway's Prime Minister here, but also their Finance Minister, a familiar name, Jens Stoltenberg, the former NATO Secretary General, who President Trump said called him a great friend in the Oval Office earlier. And this meeting comes on the heels some important Bloomberg News reporting earlier today that the U.S. will demand that Russia accept Ukraine's right to build up its military and its defense industry, which would largely be seen as a concession by Vladimir Putin if Russia does agree, because they have wanted to see Ukraine disarm, as well as see a halt of Western military flows into the country. On the other end of that, though, we are reporting that very likely Ukraine's NATO ambitions are going to be off the table. And I bring that up because there are still some big disagreements here, of course, but particularly among European allies like Norway and the U.S. about the right path forward, because the U.S. has put forward a plan that potentially could mean freezing battle lines where they are, potentially recognizing Crimea as Russian territory. But our allies have said that a few things really need to happen first, including a ceasefire, as well as recognizing what sort of security guarantees the U.S. could be providing here in order to make sure that a deal could actually end up being long-lasting. So that's one of the big themes that we're waiting to see emerge here today, whether or not Norway can pin the U.S. down when it comes to any sort of firmer security guarantees, besides for the implicit guarantees that they have talked about when it comes to a vested economic interest.
Well, of course, we understand that is one item. Top of the agenda, probably, Tyler, but the president also said that Norway and the U.S. would be discussing trade. And we heard a little bit from him about trade with China as well, a suggestion that they met today. But Tyler, who's they? He wouldn't say.
Right, no specifics there, particularly after China's Commerce Ministry said this morning that there are no negotiations currently going on between Beijing and Washington, just a day after President Trump had said that everything is active when asked if he was actively involved in talks with China. We do know that there were some preconditions on the table for China to get to the negotiating table, including that somebody other than President Trump needs to be the point person. At the same time, though, yesterday, I'll bring up those comments again, that President Trump said that he feels that 145% levy is very high and amounts to a trade embargo. But at the same time, we're talking about mixed messaging here, as you're about to hear from him yesterday. He said that even if the U.S. doesn't strike a deal with Beijing, that would still be okay.
We're going to have great deals. And by the way, if we don't have a deal with a company or a country, we're going to set the tariff. We just set the tariff. It's something that we think that will happen, I'd say, over the next couple of weeks. Wouldn't you say? I think so. Over the next 2-3 weeks, we'll be setting the number. And we're going to pick, could be for China too.
President Trump there potentially floating that this White House could release some revised tariff rates for countries, including China, in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're still waiting on further details on what exactly that could be, as we try to glean whether or not negotiations really are taking place and who they are taking place with. One of those countries, though, that the U.S. is negotiating with, we know, of course, is Japan. Joe and Kaylee, I'll quickly mention some other important Bloomberg News reporting this morning that Japan says that it will push back on the U.S. if they ask them to curb their own trade with China. We should be clear, Japanese officials tell Bloomberg News the U.S. has not asked that quite yet, but we do know it's an option that the administration is thinking about.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, live at the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you so much for joining us here on Bloomberg TV and radio as we await again this hour. Expect to hear more from President Trump and the Prime Minister of Norway in the Oval Office on the issue of the war in Ukraine, but also on tariffs as well. And this comes, Joe, as we've gotten some fresh polling data out of all places, Fox News. Yeah. On how Americans are feeling about the president's handling of tariffs and the economy overall. And on both metrics, he is underwater by a pretty wide margin. Tariff approval, disapproval, 58% disapprove of tariffs, only 33% approve.
We are looking at broadly the lowest approval ratings for president in the first 100 days in modern history, which has prompted Donald Trump to get to Truth Social and call on Rupert Murdoch to fire the pollster at Fox News. I'm not sure that's going to happen. He's asking for the same at the Wall Street Journal. But of course, it brings us to the issue of tariffs, the corrosive effect that it's had on psychology in the markets, although we are feeling a little better about things today. And the corrosive impact it's had in the psyche of many consumers who are concerned about rising prices and where we're going to be in the second half of the year. Kaylee, every day we talk about economists raising odds for a recession in the second half.
Yeah, and it seems that those concerns are reflected when you're looking at more marginalized communities in terms of their financial health. According to a new survey from Hope Insider survey from the Operation Hope project, 3 of 4 participants in the survey said they are not confident that the economy will remain stable. 53% believe the change in administration will not increase job growth in their communities.
Sensing a bit of a theme here. With that in mind, we're excited to introduce John Hope Bryant, bring back to Bloomberg, the chairman, CEO, founder of Operation Hope. He's with us live from our bureau in Atlanta. John, it's great to have you with us here on Bloomberg, and I appreciate your coming to talk to us. You actually were in the Treasury Department recently to talk about financial literacy, which I know is a matter of great import to you. You spent some time with Scott Besson, who tweeted a photo of you together and wrote, "Financial literacy is a necessity, not a luxury." Is the word tariff in the financial literacy notebook that you're bringing forth?
Well, I believe that, first of all, honored to be with you. Thanks for having me. I believe that financial literacy is the civil rights issue of this generation, and the color's not black or white or red or blue. It's green. It affects all of us, and based on your reporting you just had, even more so now because the economy is basically driven, the biggest economy in the world, driven by consumer spending, over 70%, and everybody's starting to feel the pinch now. No, tariffs is not typically part of the financial literacy lexicon. I do understand that a president might want to use it as a negotiating tool in the short term to try to get someone to level a playing field of regard to trade, trade imbalances, etc. As a long-term tool, I think we're a country that runs on sentiment, it runs on how do I feel about things, and again, the economy is mostly consumer spending. As a long-term instrument, I don't think it's productive. I actually think it's potentially harmful. I'm hopeful that this is not a long-term strategy. The 90-day pause was a nice thing to see. Maybe you saw the markets respond to that. You know, when you say tariffs to my population, they're thinking about bread prices, egg prices, kitchen top economics, gas prices. You know, how's it going to affect the restaurant? How's it going to affect the car they're buying or the TV that they're buying? Because a lot of this stuff has parts from all around the world, and they're smart enough at least to understand that if there's a tax on that, which is what a tariff is, that the importer is going to have to potentially raise those prices if it lasts for a period of time. I do have confidence in Secretary Scott Besson, though. I do have enormous confidence in him, and I think that he will find a way with the administration to maneuver us forward.
So if you think the Treasury Secretary is the adult in the room, and there's been much reporting about his role in implementing or having the president implement that 90-day pause, perhaps pulling him back from the ledge on firing the chair of the Federal Reserve, what has he shared with you? Has he given you any insight into the administration's thinking, what he's receiving back when he brings forward those messages?
Yeah, I spent over an hour with the secretary, and it was a very serious meeting, and he took the issue very seriously, rightly so. I've known 12 secretaries of the Treasury, 9 U.S. presidents. We've been recognized by 5. I've served 3 from both parties. This is the most serious conversation that I can recall ever having with the Secretary of the Treasury on this issue of financial literacy. We covered a lot of ground. I'm going to answer your question directly, but I intentionally did not cover tariffs with him because I knew that the president has had this on his mind since 1980. He's been talking about this since 1980. He's going to do it one way or another. Why put the secretary in a position where he can't answer a question, or it's a question that can't be answered? So let's, you know, it is what it is. Let that go forward. There are a lot of other things that we have more control over, and that's going to play itself out the way it plays itself out. The things that I did engage him on, he was completely transparent about. He wanted to have constructive criticism, a critique. He wanted to know how policies were affecting the average citizen. He wanted feedback on that on a regular basis. He understood that this is a nonpartisan issue, that you need, this can't be something that gets put into some partisan discussion where only one group supports it. That it will fail that way. You need Republicans and Democrats, blacks and whites, rich and poor, urban and rural. You need my population that I represent, for the largest in the country, to embrace something that makes sense from the administration. So he's very smart, I think, to ask a group that has 1,500 offices in the country and a pulse on what's going on for not only just help with the program side, and maybe we give him some policy recommendations he might like, he's invited those, but also to help at the right time to get, this really could be a unifying issue for the country. And at a time where everybody argues over, is it dark outside? Is it light? Is that really light? No, it's not light. Somebody's lying to me, right? You know, I mean, you can't. Somebody says something's up. Somebody says no, that's down, right? Everybody's like in the business of arguing, and I think people are exhausted by it. By the way, isn't it nice that there's a topic that actually most people agree on? And I think he thinks financial literacy could be that issue that is a unifier. Now we got to get all of the noise out the way, the political noise and partisanship out the way. I mean, people saw me meeting for the administration from, you call it my community, and folks start coming at me with that. And I said, look, trust me, sit down for a minute. I've known this guy for a decade. He's a good man. And just trust me, I think there's something we can do here that's good for everybody. They said, great. Well, that has to happen. Everybody has to say, this is a radical movement of common sense. This is something we can agree on. This is something we can get done. And let's work on it. And that's his view. And it was very refreshing, actually. I didn't feel uncomfortable in any part of the meeting. He was himself, which is direct and transparent. And he was squarely focused on this issue. But he also understood that financial literacy ripples out into the broader economy. In other words, he wasn't treating this like it's some trinket issue or some marginal issue. Yeah.
Well, he referred to you as a longtime friend in his post supporting this idea on Financial Literacy Month. And we appreciate your bringing us inside that conversation, John, because, the president's surrounded by a lot of different people who have a lot of different ideas about all of these things. And there were some pretty ugly tweets that we saw. Posts on X from the likes of Laura Loomer referred to you as a pro-impeachment Trump hater. Even Elon Musk retweeted that, calling it troubling. And I'm wondering if you have any reaction to what you heard there, or if that might impact your relationship with this administration.
I mean, what I believe is that the election's over, and he's the president of the United States. And as I've said on multiple TV interviews and black urban radio interviews, if the president succeeds, we succeed. If the president fails, we fail. What's complicated about this? Nobody should be rooting for his failure. We should be trying to help him succeed. Which is exactly why I risked, pushback from my traditional community to go and have this meeting, which I thought was important on the first day of Financial Literacy Month. And luckily, I'm getting very proud of the black and brown community, very mature about it. They were like, yeah, it's not about black and brown, John, as you said, it's about the green, right? It's not, something, go get us some green. Let's see what we, Dr. King died, was assassinated 57 years ago this month, and we were in Memphis for that, with Republicans, by the way, and Democrats, and members of the Trump administration with us. And for 3 hours, nobody said anything negative about anybody. I banned it. No hating, no arguing, no nothing. And it was about solutions in the business plan for America. And of course, Dr. King died trying to help poor whites, which is the largest population of poverty in this country then and today. And we have a business plan we created for rural America, where a lot of poor whites live. We have a business plan for black Americans, and for women, and for Latinos, and for Asians, and for Native American Indians. And it's all published. It's all transparent. You can download it. Most people have read it and go, wow, actually makes some sense. I like this. There's something for me here. We've got to get back to that conversation, because the Bible says a house divided cannot stand. We keep on with this ridiculousness, ladies and gentlemen, and we won't worry about whether we're hating on each other, because everybody wants to be American but Americans. We're speaking Mandarin in 20 years, because there are other countries that want to be us. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea want our way of life. They want what we have. They can't get in a fair fight. They can only get it if we mess it up. And we got to figure out whether we're better together. That's what Dr. King believed. That's what I believe. So, what does like have to do with it? I mean, this has to do with I really respect me and learn to like me, that like me never respect me, right? And do we respect each other? Because, by the way, we need different views. This country is made up. I just worked on the way in here. I heard from my people that California, which went from the 5th largest economy in the world to the 4th largest economy, ahead of Japan, right? Well, California, I believe, is the most diverse place in the United States of America. And New York, I believe you guys are in New York, is the second most biggest economy, right, in the U.S. And it also is one of the most diverse places. So diversity wins. Diversity wins. And By the way, most people are immigrants, including my European friend. And of course, black folks are on the wrong boat. That's another conversation. Look, we gotta lighten the temperature, and laser in the focus on what we are really about. What's the business plan for this country? And how can we, again, this is the biggest economy in the world, and it's 70% consumer spending. That's all of us doing better.
Well, and to return to the point you were just making on everybody wants to be the United States of America, I wonder what you make of the narrative that has been working its way through financial market participants in the last month or two about the end of U.S. exceptionalism. Is that the way you see it? Is that what these policies could bring about?
I think every 50 to 70, maybe certainly 100 years, this country has an identity crisis. We had it with the first Reconstruction, which was, well, of course, we had it with the war for our independence, but then you had the first Reconstruction, which was slavery, right? That was a decision. By the way, the Republican Party, people don't know, was birthed on freedom and anti-slavery agenda. I don't know if people know that. That was why Lincoln got so much heck. But that was the first Reconstruction. And then you had Frederick Douglass, a black man, working with Abraham Lincoln, a white man, and Frederick Douglass criticized Abraham Lincoln. But Lincoln was smart enough to recognize the stuff he didn't know, as smart as he was, and he brought Frederick Douglass into the conversation. At the end of the day, Frederick Douglass made him a better president. His council made him a better president. That constructive friction, Lincoln realized was a good thing, not just negative friction, constructive friction. Then we have the second Reconstruction, the Civil Rights Movement. And President Johnson, who happened to be a Democrat, did not like or did not get along with Dr. King. Dr. King got along with pretty much everybody. But they figured out they were better together. They ended up with 4 civil rights bills by a guy who called people really interesting names. I'm talking about Johnson. And then you had the third Reconstruction, which is what I think we're in today, 2020 to 2030. And so I'm not surprised that the country's basically going through a colonic. I mean, this is one huge digestive exercise where we got to flush a lot of things through our system, and we got to figure out, right? Can you survive hard right, and that's it? Can you survive hard left, and that's it? I don't think so. I think most people are actually massively in the middle. It's a radical movement of common sense. They want to pay the mortgage, they want to send their kid to college, right? They want to start a business or go work for one. They want to go to the park with their kids. They want to enjoy their neighbors. The diversity actually is part of our magic sauce. It's just that the diversity is a little darker these days. It's a little bit more tan. But the diversity is all, that women, in 1972, a woman could not get a bank account. Not 1872. In the second Reconstruction, affirmative action, which was created for blacks, actually went to benefit white women. And I say, bravo, by the way. Today, women couldn't get a loan unless their husband guaranteed it in 1972. Today, women are a third of the U.S. economy. If we hadn't done that, if we hadn't had that debate and won it with common sense, where would we be today? A third of all women, I think it's like $7 trillion is the women's contribution to GDP. We'd be an also-ran country. We'd be a third world country as economically. Here we go again. Half this country, 40% of this country is black and brown. I love math, this doesn't have an opinion. Within 10 years, there'll be a majority of minorities. The largest group of baby boomers in the history are beginning to retire. As you know, there's going to be $100 trillion.
He's got his facts wrong. All right, I'm telling you, he's setting up for reparations. You got to pay attention to these third Reconstruction. It doesn't matter if it's what your color is, as long as it's green, and go get the green and all that. I'm telling you, it's reparations. But pay attention to what he's saying here. All right.
We'd be an also-ran country. We'd be a third world country as economically. Here we go again. Half this country, 40% of this country is black and brown. I love math. This doesn't have an opinion.
Wait, black and brown. Wait, no. He's wrong about that. He's absolutely wrong. If you take the overall population in the United States, it's approximately either depending on the census, 14 or 16% black or quote brown. If he's using brown I'm assuming that he's not putting in Latinos. Let's exclude Latinos, but if you just overall black or brown, how he phrases it, but black, all right? There's either 14 or 16% of the overall US population. If you look at it in a high density area like New York, then you're looking at around 34 upwards to 40%, depending on the city. But the far majority of the people in the United States are not black, by far. They're 14 or 16%, depending on which census data you're looking at. All right? So he's doing a sample bias issue by only pulling in the urban centers, and you're getting about around 35 or 40%. Okay? Now, you don't believe me? Just use Google or ChatGPT. All right, so let's go back to what he mentioned right after that.
So, again, half this country, 40% of this country is black and brown. I love math, it doesn't have an opinion.
Oh, I love math too. And the reality of the situation is he's not reading the census data correctly. The United States is not 40% black. Just don't be stupid, all right? Or brown, black or brown, all right? Next.
10 years will be a majority of minorities.
All right.
The largest group of baby boomers.
Hey, he's bullshit. He's bullshit.
Economically. Here we go. Again, half this country, 40% of this country is black and brown.
Wrong.
I love math, it doesn't have an opinion.
Yeah, right.
Within 10 years, there'll be a majority of minorities. The largest group of baby boomers in the history are.
Even if all the baby boomers die off, like tomorrow, all right? Which is not going to happen. But let's just say that happens. How do you get 14% or 16% of your population where you become the majority after the baby boomers die? This guy is bullshit.
I love math, it doesn't have an opinion. Within 10 years, there'll be a majority of minorities. The largest group of baby boomers in the history are beginning to retire. As you know, there's going to be $100 trillion wealth transfer in the next 10 or 20 years. That's basically white, wealthy people trying to go play golf at the same time. The businesses, who's going to buy it? The GDP, who's going to replace them? My rich friends need my poor friends do better, if only to stay rich. And so this is what I told the secretary, is you can't, well, I'm sorry, I didn't tell the secretary this part. I told TV this part. You can't cut yourself alone out of this crisis. Yes, there is waste. There is bloating. Let's get to that in an intelligent way, not in a the how is as important as the what. We can be gracious about this. We can understand that it's not the employee's fault if they're working at an agency that may not be efficient. Let's deal with that in an intelligent way. Get that out of the way. Now let's at the bottom third of the economy and make them capitalists. And let's repair the ladder and let them become homeowners. 44% of black people own a home.
That's a good idea, but you got to look at the details. The devil's in the details. How are they qualifying for those homes? Are they getting some sort of subsidy? Are they given some sort of provision to be able to purchase those homes that may actually be inflationary or tax individuals? Just another name for reparations? You got to be very careful. I'm telling you, you got to be very, very careful. There is a concerted effort within the black community to get the green. Get the green. Getting the green is reparations. You wake up on this. 100% I'm right on this. All right? So for them to repair the ladder, see, they use these code words, repair the ladder. How are you repairing the ladder? What do you mean by that? Are you talking about reparations? So you can purchase businesses, so you can buy homes? So in other words, you want a wealth transfer from one part of the population to another? He said that we're all, we are stronger with our diversity. Well, he must have said my people 100 times in this interview.
Compared to 75% of their white counterparts. That's good for banks, but then they get financially illiterate, right? They get their credit score up. By the way, credit score increases of 100 points in Black America alone is worth $750 billion by 2053. Then you go buy homes, 44% to 60% home ownership for Black America alone.
Well, I think in the black community, I think that they're underbanked, and that they are in a big part of the population. They're spending money and buying things that they shouldn't be doing, and they're not investing in their future, probably because they don't feel as though they have a future. But the point is that financial literacy is a key point. I agree with them on that. What I disagree with is under the radar reparations. You know, flying underneath the radar and trying to convince people, oh, you know, we need to have these programs, and it's just there's a soft reparations or a hard reparations. Hard reparations is here's the money, here's the taxation, or we're creating a fund and this is going to be a huge wealth transfer. Soft reparations are having all these social programs, giving money away to the Black community under the disguise of, well, you know, this is to repair the ladder. No, I'm totally against it. I'm totally against it. Absolutely totally against it. But financial literacy is a major problem in the Black community, and they're underbanked, that's for sure.
$1 billion. That's $1.5 trillion of wealth creation and 2 to 3% of GDP increases every year. And then you have business acquisition. Baby boomers don't want the businesses. Baby boomers are retiring. They want to get away the stocks, bonds, the cash, all that stuff. In the home, the family wants that. The family don't want the businesses. Well, let somebody buy that business. That's $1 trillion of wealth creation. And AI, artificial intelligence. I'm co-chair with Sam Altman on the AI Ethics Council. I'm co-chair with Doug Millen, Walmart on financial literacy for all. This is the civil rights and civil rights. These two things, that's $1 trillion. So that's $3.5 trillion of new wealth creation by 2053, 20 years or so.
Yeah.
And 2 to 3% of additional GDP. Who doesn't want that? I mean, when the Black person succeeds in this example, or the poor rural white, or the woman, or the Latino, or the Asian, yes, here legally, when they succeed, all boats rise. I mean, this is a radical movement of common sense. I just think that no one's really having this conversation, but this is the conversation. And
that's why we wanted you to be here, John. If we just let you keep talking, I feel like you're going to solve this for us right now in this hour. You know, there are very few people who come on Bloomberg.
Financial literacy is a major problem in the Black community. I definitely think that that needs to be solved. But I am totally, absolutely, positively against reparations. It is wrong. It is absolutely wrong. What happens when someone is being taxed or other groups are being given bennies, right? And you're paying for it either through inflation or through taxation when your family didn't immigrate to the United States until after the Civil War. All right, let's say your family immigrated 50 years ago or even 20 years ago. Should you be paying taxes or be paying the inflation because of some sort of reparations bill? Does that seem fair? What about people that immigrated to the United States before the Civil War? Should they be paying reparations? What if they had family members that fought in the Civil War for the Union side, not the Confederacy? Is that fair? The reality of the situation is that Lincoln said that Reconstruction, there wasn't going to be reparations on the South to allow for the South to rebuild and to not punish the South. And that had a lot of wisdom in what Lincoln said. The United States, the Union, did not have reparations on the South. And they caused the war. So shouldn't we not have to pay reparations for slavery? This country, civil discourse, its civil makeup will radically change with reparations. There will be more racial division in this country, and it will take 150 years to correct if reparations happens in a hard form. In a soft form, you're going to have more racism. Reparations, I'm totally against, but you got to pay, you got to be careful. They use these code words, get the green, repair the ladder, blah, 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 blah. Got to be careful. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Myotrol. Myotrol will help with gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle mass. When you're age 40 or older, you start to atrophy, you start to lose muscle mass, and it's harder to gain muscle. Taking Myotrol is going to help you with that. Do resistance training, take the Myotrol, and maintain and build muscle. Now, you can take Myotrol also if you're an athlete, younger or older, and you'll see strength benefits. Clarity factor, extremely important to get rid of the brain fog. This guy needs to take clarity factor. You know why? Because he seems to be the poster child pushing reparations, soft reparations. He has a clouded view of society. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the clarity factor. It's going to take away the brain fog. And what also is going to happen is that you're going to be able to concentrate better at work, in school. Even if you're retired, you're going to be able to concentrate on your tasks. And with clarity factor, it's going to help support your memory and get those neurotransmitters firing. When you have your neurotransmitters firing, what will happen is you'll have positive neuroplasticity. You'll have more dendritic connections, more connective networks in your brain. They're going to allow you to have better memory. You're going to think faster. Really important to take. This also stacks well with C60, resveratrol, NAD+, and ubiquinol. So if you're really focused on neural health, take clarity factor, take NAD+, and take the ubiquinol and C60. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the clarity factor. A great way to stack, to hit a couple different systems, the Myotrol for your muscles and the clarity factor for your brain function. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, that is the end of my broadcast today. It's been about 4 hours and 30 minutes or so. Thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. And again, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Hopefully I'll do another transmission tonight if I have time. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.